Check. Yeah, we good.
Two steps so fine.
All right, and welcome to the 2024 4Q High School Football Media Day, proudly presented by Dave and Buster's here in beautiful Panama City Beach, Florida. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to go ahead and kick it off and get underway. We are now joined by the Graceville Tigers on the panel and their head coach, Coach Richard Kuntz. And Coach, thank you for joining us here today. Go ahead and take 2 minutes and tell me about this year's edition of the Graceville Tigers, and go ahead and talk to me about who you brought with you today.
Well, first of all, we appreciate you guys throwing this event. It's very, very classy, top notch. So thank you for showcasing all the athletes in the Panhandle and all the teams in the Panhandle. We appreciate you guys. As far as our team, you know, it's my first year being here fully as a head coach. I was here in the spring. It's kind of a bounce back program. You know, we've had some mishaps in the past 3 years. We haven't won a game. So we're looking to change that this year. We had some success in the spring where we beat Liberty County. The boys are showing some promise. We got some numbers coming out. We got a mixture between young guys and older guys. I got a dynamic group of years, and hopefully they can end their last year off with some wins and just, you know, end it off in the right way. And we also have a mix of young guys coming in to fill in those spots and to help us. Who I have here today, I have Kamari Gilliard. He plays tight end and defensive end. Very productive athlete, you know, can do some things in open space. Very aggressive on defense, and hopefully he shows everybody what he can do this year, have a breakout season. I have a quarterback, Avante Bowden. He's an 8th grader. It says in the Bible that the young will lead them. So, you know, we got a young man that's going to lead us this year. I'm very excited about him and the poise that he shows and the promise that he shows. He's been working very hard in the weight room this summer, and we're just looking for him to have a breakout debut in high school and show the Panhandle what he's about. And last but not least, we got Jamaris Gaynor over here. He's the elder statesman of the group. He's been here 4 years, a starter 4 years. We had our local newsman, Sam Granville, just was messing with him, talking about, have you graduated yet? Because he's been here so long. But that's just a testament to his longevity on varsity and producing on the varsity level for many years. So hopefully we can end his season off, with his career off with a great season. He's our workhorse. He's our bell cow. And we're looking forward to him to be a very productive running back and to lead us into some good things this year.
Coach, I'm going to go ahead and open it up. Honestly, just looking at the last season's record, and you guys are really looking to be like a phoenix and rise from the ashes, just based on all the trials and tribulations that you all went through last season. What was the first thing that you were looking to instill in your guys going into this season?
That's an easy question. Hard work and toughness. Most of the guys in this room, a few of these other teams, I've coached a bunch of these other guys, and they all know one thing I'm about is toughness and hard work and showing up every day. And I had to instill a culture in us this spring to let everybody know that it's not sweet no more. Graceville is just not an easy pushover. When you see us, you're going to have a physical football game, and you're going to be in for a fight. So my goal was to give the team my personality. The team should take the personality of a head football coach, and as you guys know, I'm loud, I'm boisterous, I get after it, and I play no games. So hopefully they adopt that mentality, and, you know, it translates on the wins and losses.
Coach, you know, when a team comes off a hard season, the next season, sometimes it's hard for the players to buy in. When a team is coming in with a new head coach, sometimes it's hard for the players to buy in. Graceville has both, coming off a hard season with a new head coach. Talk to me about the buy-in you've seen from these Tigers, though, through the spring and summer, and what gives you confidence heading into the fall.
It's been night and day. They tell me last year we had 4 guys working out on a consistent basis. This year we had over 19. It started in the springtime. A lot of guys, they didn't have confidence that we could even go in and compete with Liberty County or compete on any level at all in high school. And I just had to get them to trust me to my way works. I hate to say it, but it works. It's about toughness. It's about hitting somebody in the mouth, and it's about seeing who can outlast. And they've bought into that for the most part. Now, you know, we're the smallest school in the state of Florida, 120 total, and that's boys and girls. So it's not much to choose from, but we got the biggest heart. Our guys that are here, they're they're here every day and they're ready to show up and just to show everybody what they've been missing as far as with Graceville. We haven't had the best wins and loss records, but they play hard. Every team that they play against will tell you, you know, we might have beat them, but we've been hit. You know what I mean? So that's the goal this year, to just be a physical brand of football and just to know you've been in a dogfight when you come to play Graceville and Coach Coons.
Coach, one thing about Graceville is there's a lot of history behind the school and around the area, and some of the schools around here are new and they got a lot of talent, but Graceville is old and they got the tradition. How do you get you guys to buy in to, you know, not only are we representing, you know, the guys around us and our families and our community, but we're representing something that's been here a lot longer than we've been here?
Well, just trying to incorporate the guys into the community, trying to bring them into our coaching staff, bring them into just our program, because at the end of the day, a lot of those guys who have that history, they're still around. You know, they're living, breathing relics. You know, they can tell you what it takes to get to that level, or what it took to get to that level, and just to give those guys that insight that they need and that confidence that they need in order to believe that they could get to that level one day. And a lot of times, the past is great, but I try to tell these guys, we got now. You guys got to write your own chapter. You can't live on the laurels of what they did in the 90s. You got to make it happen for yourself, because at the end of the day, they're going to ask what happened in the 24-25 season, and you're going to have to answer that 30 years from now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the quarterback position. Coming in as an 8th grader, quarterback is the leader of the offense, and being one of the youngest guys, talk to me about how you've built up the confidence and have prepared yourself to be in this leadership role heading into the season.
Well, I'll help him out a little bit. He's been working hard every day. First off, it's consistency. He's been showing his teammates that he's going to be the guy here every day and you don't have to worry about him. So he's been showing leadership through his actions. He's not much of a talker, as you can see. You know what I mean? He's a little young and a little shy, but his actions. So I'll ask him just to let him know about how you've been working out this summer and your consistency.
You got it. You got to fight through adversity.
It's his first time, y'all.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to the season and just my leadership.
I ask on the other side, you know, you being the tight end, being on the offense with him, you know, learning how he plays the quarterback, helping him be the leader. How is that? How is the offense? Are y'all coming together?
Well, we're coming together pretty good. It's just everybody has to adjust to the way he plays, and we'll all, you know, connect together once we get that right.
Donovan, being one of the more experienced guys on the team, having to fight through these past couple seasons that have been hard, sticking out through it, kind of what's your message to the guys heading into this season?
Just show up every day. Like, you guys got to believe, like, it going to come. It going to come.
Coach, you know, one of the things about high school football, especially nowadays, is that everything has changed, especially from when, you know, I guess the game as how we remembered it. So many things have changed over, especially now. We've had talks with the FHSAA about NIL. We've seen the districts change in and out, swapping teams. And now we have the rural division now, which I consider to be a little bit like, it's kind of like the SEC. It feels like there's just every week is a big game. What are you doing, especially now in the off season, to get your kids up and ready for just what is going to be kind of a gauntlet that you're going through week in and week out?
Just getting their mentality ready for just the long haul. We're going to have a lot of adversity this season, like any other team does. So we're just getting them ready just to endure whatever happens. We're doing a lot of team building, a lot of things to bring us together, because at the end of the day, we're all we got. We're about 19 to 20 deep. And, you know, like you said, it's a wild, wild west in the Panhandle. Every week we got to get after it. You know, we play 2 of these teams that's here today. So we're looking forward to getting after it this season. I'm sure they're looking forward to getting after it with us this season. And just may the best man win. You know, nobody's going to come save you. Nobody cares if you're hurt, you're small. They're trying to kick your butt every week, every Friday in the Panhandle, and we trying to do the same in kind.
This question is for the players. What's the funnest thing you guys have done over the summer to try and bond?
I don't give them much fun, but go ahead.
All right, so like we got a little competition thing, like the little planks, like you line up face to face with someone, and you take charge, like they follow you. It's like a competition basically. Like we just do that like every practice, and then just see who the best man is.
Just coming to practice.
Offensive wise and on the field, it's like everything you do is a competition with the person beside you. And we all just try to have competition with each other and see who's the best man in that position.
All right, one last question, and I will open this up not just for you, the head coach, but also for you guys, the players. Give me one word to describe this season.
I'll let y'all go first.
Astonishing.
Adversity.
Change.
Revenge and get back.
All right, I'll take it. We want to thank the Graceville Tigers for joining us here at Media Day. Coach, best of luck to you guys this season. We wish you guys a lot of health, especially going down the stretch. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel in a short few minutes.
Appreciate it.
Show to do, you know, one time for your mom. Let's go to sleep in Paris, wake up in Tokyo, have a dream in New Orleans, fall in love in Chicago, man. I love her, and I hate to leave her lonely. Ring, ring, went the iPhone, it was my homie. He said, let's hit Japan. If we can make them jam, we can make 100 grand. Spend it in the south of France, nothing further. I jumped, grabbed my go-yard trunk, got ready to walk it out like Unc in my John Lennon chucks. That's when I heard murder. You're killing me and filling me with sorrow. Sunrise, goodbyes, and missing you tomorrows. I turn to see my dream, love supreme queen. Ain't this thing gonna sing, cry. I drop my bags in the flash. That's faster than 180 on that dash, sir. To dry your tears and wipe the rain from my dear like Dash shirt. Use the dame, use the username to all my passwords. The reason I get fly is I've been Jasper. I even keep your picture in my passport. Let's go to Paris and wake up in Tokyo. Have a dream in New Orleans, fall in love in Chicago, man. Then we can land in the motherland, camelback across the desert sands, take a train to Rome or home, Brazil, for real. Wherever I go, she go. Wherever I go, she go. So let's keep it real, all in together, free chill. Tell a stewardess to throw a movie on the rail. Heat up my kosher meal, exchange my dollar bills, lean back in my first class seat and sleep. Don't wake me till I land where they barely understand what I speak, but they nod to my beats. I tell my fans who I am, and they stand and they clap, they applaud. They love me, my God. Oh, Scotty, some star, or maybe au revoir. A spree on St. Henri, then back to Charles de Gaulle, so I can get home and tell her everywhere that I've been and everything that I've done, and tell her that she's the one. And let's go to sleep in Paris, wake up in Tokyo, have a dream in New Orleans, fall in love in Chicago, man. Then we can land in the motherland, camelback across the desert sands, take a train to Rome or home, Brazil, for real. Wherever I go, she go. Wherever I go, she go. back in the house with a bunch of souvenirs and a smile for your mouth. I really missed you each and every night. I kissed you in my dreams before I went to sleep. The La La Land to count them sheep. I swear you're looking prettier than ever. It's got to be a prophecy for us to stay together evermore. For better or lesser, poor, all worth a weight and buried treasure. X's on the shore. I know my world tour's like war to you, but Ian said aloha, and Hardy said cheers. Julian said bonjour. Big O was like yeah. Amanda and LaMessi wanna know when we going there. Edison sends his love, so does the rest of the club of the international playboys and playgirls. But I revoked my membership, all for my tenderness. She said pursue your interests, cause even if I'm ticketless, I'll be there by your side, in your heart, on your mind. So as I taxi down another runway, I got you. Who loves you, babe? Now bring it back now. Let's go to sleep in Paris, wake up in Tokyo, have a dream in New Orleans, fall in love in Chicago.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 here at Dave & Buster's, presented by Four Quarters Online. We are now joined by the Holmes County Blue Devils and their head coach, Coach Womble. Coach, go ahead and take 2 minutes and tell me about this year's edition of the Blue Devils, and go ahead and introduce who you brought with you today.
All right, for the 2024 season, real excited about coming off a big year last year and just kind of trying to continue that trend. Got a lot of returning starters back. We did graduate some guys that, most people would recognize their names, and we bring back a lot of linemen, a lot of guys that, maybe didn't get as many stats in the stat book, but certainly were a big part of our team last year, got a lot of experience. And so just looking forward to getting after it, getting back to the getting back in pads and getting ready to compete against, some of these teams that we've got on the schedule here. Some of them are here today, and just looking forward to a big year. We feel like everybody on the schedule gives us a chance to get better, and we give them a chance to get better. So just looking forward to that and competing, and hopefully we can make another run like we did last year. Who we've got with us today? We've got on my left number 66, Cohen Forehand, plays center, and will play some defensive line for us this year. We've got number 2, Rex Griffin, our quarterback. To my right, we got number 16, Colby Powell, play some running back. And then number 33, Caden Carroll, play running back, linebacker, D-line, kind of a little bit of whatever we need him to. So.
All right, Coach, go ahead and tell me about just the turnover a little bit. It happens every year. We're aware of you lose just some great guys that you can't replace, but then a new class steps up. Who are some of the younger guys that you're excited about?
Some of the younger guys we've got coming up, we've got a linebacker running back named Bowden Bailey. He actually wound up starting the last 2 or 3 games for us at the end of the season last year. Sophomore, we got a sophomore, Egan Seegers, that played in the secondary for us last year and contributed some there. He's going to be a little bit bigger part. We've got some of those guys. They are younger, but they've played a lot of football through their lives. They're physically a little more developed. They work hard in the weight room. So, again, are they inexperienced? Yes, to an extent, but, we expect big things from them nonetheless. That's kind of, one of our big things. We're not going to make excuses. So regardless if, we graduated the 4-year starter last year, somebody's got to play that. We're not going to go on the field with 10 just because, for sentimental reasons. So, we're going to get those guys in there. We're going to get them up to speed. Hopefully the seniors, have done a good job of kind of helping those guys develop and get ready to step in and do what they need to do to kind of hold the line. But, yeah, we're definitely going to be counting on some younger guys this year.
Now, Coach, with everything that has happened, especially over the summer with the FHSAA approving some things, it's kind of hard to kind of ignore some of the distractions. We'll call it that. What has been some of your conversations with your guys, some of your players, just on some of the new changes on the horizon, and how do you keep your kids focused on football?
Well, I think the biggest thing probably is, we're talking about NIL stuff, which, I think the biggest thing is trying to educate them, make sure they know, really until yesterday, it wasn't even allowed. I mean, it was there, it was out in the world, but if you signed a deal before yesterday, it's really kind of null and void. And so just educating them that, hey, this is what that looks like. This is what, This is what it means to use your name, image, and likeness to create some income for yourself. If you can do that, more power to you. I'm not going to stand in the way if you can, make a little money like that. At the same time, understand choices have consequences. So while you are free to make the choice to do things like that, you're not necessarily free of the consequence if it binds you up some way. But just trying to explain it to them. I'm try to pride myself on being as honest with my guys as I can. Don't really try to hide things. Don't try to keep things behind their back. Try to let them know that, hey, this is what this means. Are there consequences for it? Yes. Is there good that can come of it? Absolutely. But we got to be smart in how we navigate that. So just trying to educate them, just trying to, keep open dialogue. And if something comes up where they've got an opportunity, certainly I want them to take advantage of that. I don't want to try to get in their way. If something comes along that smells fishy, then, we might need to sniff that out a little bit more.
All right, question for the players up on the panel. Impressive season last year, 9-3 record, and of course a good push into the playoffs. Talk to me about just what were some of your highlights from last season, and probably whether it was a big game or not, or just specific plays. What stands out to you the most about last season coming into this year?
I think a big thing for us, though, as a team-wise, though, we did really good, though, especially had a lot of big games, a lot of good games. Whenever we messed up, though, in a few plays, we made sure that we targeted those, came back together and got at it. As a player-specific, though, some of the games, starting off, though, it might be a little bit rough, though. You're like, okay, you watch film, not that great. You're going to go in there and you're going to fix it. And you're going to get better every game, every practice, every play. And then you're just going to work yourself out there. Like the first time we played a team, let's say like Bozeman, though, we were like, all right, we did terrible. Especially O-line standpoint is bad. But then the second time we played them, though, we make sure we fixed things. We got things figured out. Even though it didn't end up the way we wanted it to, we still solved problems and figured it out and worked it out.
Some of the highlights that stood out to me last year were the games we lost, like late in the season to Bozeman. We had a really good game plan first half. We went in the locker room. Thought we had a really good game plan. Messed up on a couple of things, but, we just give it our all no matter what. That's been put to us since we were little.
There's a reason why we had you guys come in the early session and we got Bozeman at the end.
We lost a bunch of point scorers from last year, like Landon Lumpkin and Jamison. So I feel like there's a lot of shoes to be filled there. We're going to deal with a lot of adversity with a harder schedule this year, like Bozeman, first game of the season. But I think we'll be all right.
Well, mostly, I believe all the mistakes that were made or the losses from last year were things that we could have fixed. Most of the stuff we were just doing ourselves. We were putting ourselves in trouble. But this year, I believe we will fix most of those things. We just got to work as a team. All the mistakes and losses and stuff can be fixed personally.
I have a fun question for you guys. Is Holmes County in NCAA 25 yet?
We should be.
Anybody mess around with the team builder?
I ain't got it yet, but as soon as I get it, heck yeah.
We got to wait for that sale on it. We can't afford that full price stuff.
Yeah, I'm not. I've been waiting to. I mostly don't have time to play it right now. Guys, this one's open for anybody. What excites you the most about going into this season? Given the success of last season, I think you guys turned a lot of heads. Whether it be a deep playoff run or possibly securing a spot in potentially what may be Bragg Stadium next at the end of this year. Do you see you guys playing in November? Or excuse me, after Thanksgiving?
Absolutely. That's certainly the goal every year. Sometimes you get there, sometimes you don't. I think the thing I'm looking forward to this year, and I think a lot of these guys, when we've talked about it, I think in a lot of ways is proving the doubters wrong. I think there's a lot of people that look at, like Colby mentioned, the guys that we graduated, and certainly they were tremendous football players, very much left their mark on Holmes County High School. At the same time, we've got a pretty good group this year. And so looking forward to how do those shoes get filled, who scores those touchdowns this year since those guys are gone. What do those scenarios play out and look like? And certainly, 1A, rural football in the Panhandle, you're going to have to stay healthy. You're going to have to get a couple of breaks here and there. But I think we're definitely in a position to get that. At the end of the day, though, we got to show up. We got to do our work week in, week out, and show up ready to play on Friday nights and take care of business.
All right, well, guys, we appreciate you coming out to Media Day this year. Presented by Dave & Buster's. I want to give them a huge shout-out for being able to host us here. Coach, best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will be joined by our next team on the panel. That will be North Bay Haven. Okay, and welcome back to 2024 Media Day, brought to you by Four Quarters Online, presented by Dave & Buster's. They're doing a great job hosting us. We got a lot of kids out there already playing some arcade games, getting the competition in a little bit early. But right now, we are joined by the North Bay Haven Buccaneers and their brand new head coach, Coach Tom Elliott. Coach, thank you for joining us. Great talking to you just yesterday. Welcome to the Bay. Coach, talk to me about just the transition, and just give me a little bit about your coaching background and tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've been to North Bay Haven before. I was in the Panhandle area years ago, but most of my career has been college, and then I actually left to go to Europe to coach a professional football team in Europe. But I knew what I was getting into with North Bay Haven. I think it's a great school. I think it's one of the better academic schools in the area, and so coming into it, I kind of already knew what to expect, and I think mostly my expectations have been exceeded by these guys. They show up and they bust their tail in the weight room every single day. They give me no reason to not be absolutely looking forward to this season, and so that's what we're just getting ready to go. Monday's practice. I get to actually get out on the field with them for the first time, and I'm really excited about it.
All right, guys, go ahead and introduce yourself, starting from left to right. Position, number, classification.
I'm Caleb Kristoff, going to be number 26, and I'll playing running back and linebacker.
I'm Connolly Forehand, number 2. I'll be playing safety and receiver.
I'm Bear Siegel. I wear number 6. I pretty much play everything.
I'm Joseph Alvarez. I'm number 40, and I'll be playing running back and linebacker.
So, as your coach has been going through transition, you guys have been going through a transition too, getting to know your new coach. How has summer been for you guys, and then what was the meet and greet like with your new coach?
It's been great. I mean, ever since I first met him, he's been awesome. Putting work in the weight room, and we lost a lot of people last year, and our coach, but I'm excited to get to work with the new coach.
Well, I knew him from before because he coached back on the staff of my dad. So, I mean, he's a great person. I know he's got big plans for us this year, so I'm excited for this year.
I'd say it's been a process, but I think he's helped us reinstill our confidence in this season and gave us hope.
Ever since I met the coach, I've liked him, and I'm excited to play under him, play for him.
Now, last season, 5-5 record, obviously left some things on the table. What are you guys looking to improve specifically going into this season?
We need to work on chemistry from last year. Last year's a bunch of people didn't like some of the others. This year we just need to work as a team, not get pissed off at each other.
I think getting less penalties than last year. Last year we lost at least 2 games due to dumb penalties that shouldn't have been made by our players, and we need to fix that.
Yeah, I think we just need to buy in, trust in our teammates, really make sure we learn this new offense and defense, and just take it game by game.
Physical. Coach, you mentioned you had some professional coaching experience. Talk to me just a little bit about that and how has it impacted you, especially at the high school level?
Well, I mean, I coached high school football in Alabama, and we won 3 state championships in 5 years. And honestly, I learned more there and enjoyed that a lot more than the college and all the stuff everybody wants to talk about. High school football is its own thing, and I've got players that are in college right now at major schools. I've got players that are in the NFL, and whenever they get together or whenever I talk to them, they don't talk about college. They talk about their high school days. That's what everybody remembers. That's what everybody loves. And so I get that question a lot. They're completely different, and this is a lot better. This is something I would much rather do. That's why I'm here, because I choose to be here. I love coaching high school football, and I think that's where it's at. I think a lot of people forget that this is supposed to be fun, and you make friends that you never lose. I mean, you probably played football, and I bet you're still friends with your people, And so that is one of the things that is different now that we're having to adjust to with kids transferring so easily, and you mentioned NIL earlier, all that stuff. And what I'm trying to build at North Bayhaven is a place where they don't want to. You know, they want to stay there. They want to stay with their boys. They want to fight with their boys, and kind of take it back to what it used to be. So that's really what I'm looking at doing. The professional stuff, I get a lot of questions about that, but it's really kind of boring. I mean, if you got the money, you got the players, and it's really not that interesting. High school is a lot better.
Yeah, it was interesting because through another mutual friend, I had a chance to talk to Coach Prime, and he just mentioned that I can't do the NFL because it's too much of a business. And the most fun I've ever had around the game was at the youth level and the high school level. But everything my coach told me was true. You always remember your last game. You always take some of those lessons from off the field and use them in real life. Talk to me just about the future of North Bayhaven and where you see this program headed, and what could be the ceiling for this team.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. That's the point of me being here. I don't want to build a team. You know, I think that's sort of been the thing that started taking over high school football, where we're trying to build a team, where, you know, kids will sort of go to wherever they think is the best school at the moment or whatever. And I'm not speaking about anybody in the Panhandle. I mean nationwide. What I'm trying to do is build a program from the ground up to where the program is bigger than me. It's bigger than any one person. You know, North Bayhaven's had a lot of turnover, been a lot of coaches. I'm trying to build something to where no matter what happens, the brand is the brand, you know. And that's where we're at right now, and we're in the very beginning phases of it. But I really like the kids. I really like these young men that I've got. I think they are the kind of people that you build something like that with.
Question for the players on the panel. What mark do you want to leave on the North Bayhaven football program before you leave and graduate?
You know, I just want to, have a good time, obviously, but leave it good. Win some games, you know, have fun with my teammates, and just keep building a good team for the future.
The mark that I want to leave is I just want to leave that it's not all about you. It's about a team and having fun, and just like not everybody's going to make it to the next level, so just have fun while you do it.
I'd say that I want to make the season a good season, because I want to make sure that the people that left regret it.
Okay, well, Coach, thank you for bringing your guys out, especially on short notice. We appreciate it. We're looking forward to keeping an eye on you guys during the regular season. We're going to take a short, quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. My producer, she swapped, so she made a quick change. You let the funk hit your eye. Just a few minutes ago. Y'all will be out there. We'll get y'all.
Let the funk in your heart, baby. Funk not only kills, it and kills.
Before we do that, I'm gonna take you to the bridge and drop you off into some funk.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024, brought to you by Four Quarters Online and presented by Dave and Buster's here in beautiful Panama City Beach, Florida. Just a great atmosphere, and we are here to kick off the 2024 season, and we're now joined on the panel by Coach Edwards and the Wewahitchka Gators. Coach, go ahead and take 2 minutes, tell me about Wewa football, and also introduce who you brought with you today.
All right, again, so I'm Coach Edwards from Wewahitchka High School. Here we have Cole Williams, quarterback, corner, Corbin Highsmith, receiver, running back, safety, Tyron Williams, linebacker, running back, Bailey Cox, receiver, safety, Anton McNeely, linebacker, running back. We have 5 seniors this year, but even the players that are below them play a lot of football. Ton of experience on the team this year. Feel very good about where we are. Again, coming in last year, I was the DC, taking over as head coach this year. I really like how we've taken over in the offseason program. Again, it's nothing new. I mean, our foundation is in the weight room, has been, will continue to be. We worked some different things in the offseason. Been doing a little bit more different things in terms of workout size, so on and so forth. But the weight room is always going to be the cornerstone of us. We're going to bring our strength to the field, hard-nosed football. That's kind of what it's going to be. We're not going to out-athlete a lot of people, but you're going to see us in terms of we want to be physical. We want to run the football. We want to hang our hat on defense. To me, I mean, we sub on offense. We want to play hard-nosed defense, sprint to the ball, set the tone over there. Passing game needs to be efficient. I've done a few different things in terms of offensively. We're a little more multiple, so it's been a ton of install in the off season. So I think that's something that might be. It took a little time. Wanted to work on a little more fundamental type stuff in terms of the new install. But besides that, I think Coach Johns did a great job before me, and I want to continue on with that. We've kind of been a 5-5, 6-4 ball team a lot. Never too high, never too low, not going to be great, not going to be bad. So this year, to me, and my big challenge to them is I'm kind of trying to take that next step to where we're making a little bit more of a run, where we not just make the playoffs, where we actually, win a ball game or so.
All right, Coach, who do you got with you today?
So we have Tyron Williams, Bailey Cox, Anton McNeely, Corbin Highsmith, and Cole Williams.
Now, Coach, you mentioned that there's a little bit of a situation where you got experience, but you also got a lot of youth. Talk to me just about what that mixture does. Is it just a little bit still a little bit more teaching, or are you trying to get your guys in more experienced situations as the season progresses?
Well, I mean, I would say that they really have played a lot of football. It isn't that we have 5 seniors. Those 5 seniors have played a ton of football, and so have our juniors and some of our freshmen last year coming in sophomores. We had maybe 3 of those that started. Now they're coming in. They've played a full season. So even that being said, we're trying to mix in. One thing I have made a conscious effort to try to do this season, and I'm hoping that it works out, is that we're trying to build some depth. We're never going to have a ton of kids. We've had a few more come out, but I am trying to make a conscious effort to try to build some depth, and where I can kind of get some guys off, cross-train some guys here and there, to where we have quality depth, and we can put some guys in there and not have to, worry about having to throw a JV guy in there and him not know what's going on. So, we've kind of had to steal some reps here and there, do a ton of cross-training, but I think that's going to pay off in the long term. When later on in the season, whenever you kind of had those battles already, and it's starting to kind of take a toll, and we'll still be chugging.
Now, Coach, you mentioned you were a DC last year, and just being a defensive-minded guy. What are some of the things that you see about this year's defense that you are still going to try and continue in as you take a more umbrella approach as a head coach this year?
Well, to be frank, I mean, defense, yes, it needs to be schematic. It needs to be fit. Everything has to be gap sound. But at the end of the day, defenses want to me. Defenses get to the ball. Defenses strike people. Defenses physicality. I've seen a lot of teams that in the past that weren't necessarily the best schematically, and they had shut down defenses because they just wanted to get to the football. And to me, that's kind of one thing that I've really tried to instill is that let's get after the ball. Let's be physical on blocks. Let's not evade blocks. let's attack people downhill. And that's kind of where what I've tried to do here moving forward and take it from last season and just build on that.
Now, Coach, you mentioned the kind of 5 and 5, 5 and 6 here and there. What do you think is going to be the most significant thing to kind of get you guys through that glass ceiling and pushing into a playoff contender, championship contender kind of ball club?
I would say consistency, as well as belief, as well as confidence. I would say, to where we're not hoping to win. Hope isn't a strategy. Where we expect to win. That to me is what I've seen in places I've been before where we had a ton of success. There wasn't a whole lot of, I hope to win, or, I hope things go well, where you expect to win. And that's, but again, that's done in the offseason to me. To me, it's done in the offseason. To me, you build your core in the offseason, and, you win ball games there. You win them on, from a coaching staff perspective, we put a lot of time in our off time and in the weekends and taking those next step and putting in those extra hours. And to me, I think that's going to be the difference. Not that hadn't been done in the past, but I feel like we just kind of need to take that next step in terms of us being a little more confident on the field and go and getting it done.
Question for the athletes on the panel. Guys, what was the off-season? How's the off-season been like for you guys? Whether it be team building, getting it in the weight room, what's been the journey like so far?
I would say being in the off-season has really been about us working out, being physical, building team bonds, and us just coming together as a family and working together all the times.
Like he said, just team bonding, We got a new coach. It was hard at first, but we just kept pushing through it, coming together as a team.
Yeah, just like staying determined and knowing that we all have the same goal, and just like learning to come together as a team. So.
I mean, really, with the team bonding, you gotta come together and learn everything with the new offense and new defense and stuff like that.
Coach, with a team that's as young as they are, how do you encourage leadership, especially among the underclassmen and some of the younger guys?
Well, I think we've done that. I think they know that they have to, and I've emphasized that. I'm like, young guys, like especially the guys that have started before that are young in terms of like sophomores, but they started last year. They know the deal. Like if we want to take that next step, it's on us. Who do we want to be? Yeah, we can be that middle of the road, or we can take a next step forward, hold each other accountable. Coaches ain't gonna be able to do everything for you. At a certain point, y'all gotta have to take a little bit of accountability and lead by example and get on to your buddies. At some point, every now and then, you and your buddies ain't always gonna get along. You might have to call out your friend and say, "Hey, dude, you're not doing what you need to do," and let's go get with it because I want to win ball games and you want to win ball games. You're in the wrong. So I would say that's something I've kind of tried to push is that, listen, man, it's not going to be kumbaya all the time. Sometimes you're going to have to call your friends out and hold each other accountable. And I think that's something that we've kind of I've seen happen here in the last few weeks.
All right, question for the guys again. What's one thing that your coach, even if you tried, you couldn't forget it because he said it so many times?
Physicality.
There ain't nothing to it but to do it.
I would say, how would you respond when something bad happens during the game?
Another question for you guys. Your coach talked a lot about just accountability and everything. How do you feel you guys get on each other? And what are some of the things that you say to your teammates, especially in moments of adversity?
I mean, we just know to, like, call each other out. Like, I mean, everybody makes mistakes. So, I mean, when you mess up, somebody's going to call you out on it. And, I mean, all you can do is fix it.
And I would say that we've known each other long enough and all of us have grown up together that we know when we get onto each other, all it is love. And we trying to build each other up and just go out there and win games.
Just letting them know when they're wrong, Just pointing them out.
All right, Coach. Another question for you. I talk to a lot of coaches, especially at smaller schools, and they have to share a lot of their rosters. You got a lot of kids that play multiple sports. And, you know, hearing from a lot of the pro athletes, especially the Patrick Mahomes and some of the other guys, they wouldn't have developed in a lot of ways if it weren't for, you know, developing themselves off the gridiron and maybe perhaps in another sport. What's your take on multi-sport athletics, especially now, and given the fact that you were at a smaller school?
I think it's extremely important. And also being the AD, that's something that I really kind of push is that, listen, we're going to have to share athletes, y'all. At a certain point, we only have but a certain amount of kids, and even if we do have a good bit of good athletes, we're going to have to share those athletes. We're going to have to, you know, work with each other, and then also talk to the kids and just say, hey, you know, listen, these are certain things. It is going to be difficult at times. You are going to have to spend a lot of time. You are going to have to go home late and do the homework after, you know, you do multiple things. One things I worry about was this specialization is and it's been said a lot, but burnout. I've seen it a lot. You only do one thing, you get burnout on it. Even if you do get a scholarship, you get burnout on it. By the time you get to college, you don't love the sport no more. You've done it so many hours. I do think it's important to almost even get a brain break from season to season and do something else. And I just feel like that's really important. I also think it's important with just basic motor skills to where you take in one sport to the other and you can see certain sports translate into others, and to where, like, you'll say, okay, well, that was a baseball kid, that was almost kind of a baseball move. Or that was a basketball kid, that was a basketball move. That was weightlifting, that he's got good hips right there, that brought it to the field. To me, I think that's a positive thing. And I think at a school our size, we have to do that, or it's never going to work from a broad spectrum.
All right, one final question. Where do you guys see the future of the program in the next 2 to 3 years? Even if that means after you've graduated, where do you think the ceiling is for Wewah football?
I would say it's us dominating on defense. I agree with Coach. I'm a defense first guy, and I believe defense does win games.
In the future, I think, like, especially since Coach is focusing on taking that next step to, like, making a run in the playoffs instead of losing in the first round, like, I think that's going to continue to happen over the next few years.
All right, guys, we appreciate you joining us here at Media Day. Best of luck to you guys this season. Hope you guys have a safe rest of the fall camp as we get into the 2024 season. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by Vernon on the panel. All right, and welcome back to 4Q Media Day 2024 here at Dave & Buster's here on beautiful Panama City Beach, Florida. We are now joined by the Vernon Yellow Jackets and their offensive coordinator, Coach Brown. Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day this year. Go ahead and tell me about this year's edition of Vernon football and also introduce who you brought with you.
Just like to say thank you for having us here today. A great event. Like I said, my name is Desmond Brown. Vernon High School football, we're coming off of a 5-5 season where we only graduated 5 seniors, so we bring back a lot of talent and a lot of athletes, a lot of skill, a lot of linemen. A group that got a taste of a little bit of success last year by making the playoffs. That was our goal. Our goal this coming season is to not only make the playoffs, but to win games in November and push it as far as we can go. Offensively, we have skilled guys. We want to be a run-first team. Right beside me, I have our running back. I'll introduce him in a minute. But we want to be a run-first team, but we do have athletes where we can spread it out and we can throw the ball if we want to. Defensively, we play a sound defense. We have some nice size in the trenches, but we have athletes all over the field, linebacker, defensive back. So we have a very mature team this year. A lot of these guys, like I said, we graduated 5 seniors. A lot of these guys played a lot of reps last year as juniors and sophomores. Now they're seniors and juniors. So we have a mature team, so we're expecting, well, we have a lot of leadership. Not that we just expect it, but we have a lot of leadership amongst these guys, not just seniors and juniors, but we have sophomores, freshmen. We tell everybody to lead by example. But you're getting a different brand of Vernon. Before Coach Tillman and I got there, it wasn't quite what Vernon, I'm a Vernon alum, so it wasn't quite what we were used to seeing out of Vernon for a little bit of time, but we're getting back to a Vernon brand of football, and I think this season, the sky's the limit as long as we play sound defense and we execute on offense. Today we brought offense and defensive lineman Brian Parsons, receiver defensive back Dante Seipels, running back defensive end Kashai Peterson. We got safety running back Caden Hammock. We got wide receiver DB Braden Bowen, and we got another wide receiver DB Dadrian Peterson.
All right, Coach. You mentioned you were a Vernon alum, and that I think you're one of maybe 13 or 14 head or assistant coaches that's at their alma mater. What does it mean to the community just to be back home in an environment that you understand, and especially how does that translate to you coaching the kids on the field?
I feel like being an alum of Vernon High School, from day one when I stepped in, a couple of these guys that's on this panel is either family to me or I've played with their fathers, their uncles, cousins. So it almost was like instant buy-in. These guys are great. They've done everything we've asked them to do from day one since we stepped onto the campus. They hit the weight room hard. They do all the conditioning, running hard. And when we get up the hill, our practice field is on a hill. So when we get up the hill, everybody's no nonsense. It's all about business. But we have fun while we're also getting our work done.
Now, Coach, you're an offensive guy. What do you think we can expect from Vernon offense going into the fall? Anything that we can expect to see as far as fireworks, explosiveness, or anything like that?
Like I said, we want to be a run-first team. I believe if you can run the ball, first, second down, if you can run the ball, even when people know you're running the ball, you can be successful. And off of that run, we can go play action. We have, like I said, a couple of receivers up here that can get deep in a hurry. We got a good quarterback who's not here today. But offensively, like I said, we want to run the ball, but that leads you into getting into those situations where you can unleash those athletes that's out on the edge.
Okay, question for the student athletes on the panel. You guys, what has been the staple of the off season? What's been the most consistent thing that you guys have done this off season, and how has that affected you going into fall camp?
Really just lifting and staying together.
I think it's the consistent work we put in every day because everybody comes in and we put in the same amount of work every day, just trying to get better every day. And I think everybody holds up to that standard, including the coaches.
Really just being in the weight room, pushing each other to, be the best version of yourself you can. We just push each other 24/7, every rep. We don't shortchange ourselves. So it's all about just maximizing every chance you get.
What's been the funnest thing you guys have done in this offseason to bond together?
I think it'd be our challenges we do. Like we did a team wrestling challenge one time. We did a whole circuit. We just do challenges. We did it every Thursday of every week, and that really just increased team bonding and give us that chemistry. So with that, like it just increased our brotherhood all together. That's what's going to make us the best version of ourselves we could be, the best team we can become.
Yeah, like he said, the competitions, that really brings us together because we can see what we can do. And the weight room also, work together, push each other, hold each other accountable. That's really it.
One of the funnest things we did that I remember was all at the field competing against speed and strength competitions, just seeing which team could do it the best, be the strongest, be the fastest.
Now, Coach, are you a eating out team or you guys a grilling team?
Well, these guys are talking about our Thursday competitions. What we did was we had a team draft. So we got 6 different teams across the whole team where they hold each other accountable, hold their team accountable, and they're competing. So the winning team does get a steak cookout at the end. So I guess you'd say we're a grilling team.
New York strip, T-bone?
I'm a T-bone type of guy. I don't know what these guys like to eat, but protein is where it's at.
Any shrimp thrown in there?
Probably for coaches. I don't know about these players, but I know I might get me a lobster tail or a shrimp in there. Coach Griff know how I do it.
Guys, what excites you the most going into this season? Whether it's a big game that's coming up or whether it's maybe trying to improve on the team record. Talk to me about what excites you the most going into 2024.
I think what excites me the most is these past couple of years, we really haven't put on enough for our city, and people are expecting a lot more, and I'm really ready to give the people what they're expecting, have a good team this year, and really go out there and compete with teams that we're not supposed to compete with on paper.
I'm most excited for the playoffs. Last year we made it the first round, didn't get very far, lost that game, but this year I'm looking to make it past that first game, get to the next playoff game.
For me, it's all the untapped potential we have in our team. I know, and we all know what we can do. We just got to unlock it. And as far as it goes, I mean, we're doing pretty good. We just got to keep going.
I think after our first game, when we can see what we can do, everybody will open up and see what their potential is. And I really just think that we can go further in the playoffs this year because we got a lot of returners, a lot of people that know what they're doing. I think we can go further.
Coach, what about you? What excites you most about this season?
What excites me most is to see what these guys, how much further they can go. Like I said, year one, we wasn't expected to do very much, but we set our goals as making the playoffs. This year is not just about making the playoffs. It's about winning in November, hoping to play longer and get to after Thanksgiving. If you're playing after Thanksgiving in the rural division, you've done something. There's a lot of good programs in the rural division. You got the St. Joe's, the Blountstown, the Madison Counties, the Hawthorns. So if you're playing after Christmas, after Thanksgiving, you've pretty much had a pretty good season. Like he said, a lot of these guys have some untapped potential. We know what they can do. They know what they can do. It's just about unlocking it and going ahead and unleashing that every Friday night. But it starts, like I told them, it started this summer. So this summer they've put in the work. I think Coach calculated it. We're at like 2,500 pounds as far as adding to our maxes as a full team. In a 1A school, you only got about 30 to 35, maybe 40 at the most kids. So to add 2,500 pounds over a course of 2 months, that means somebody's been pushing, somebody's been working. These guys have been working, and I can't wait to see where it pays off.
What is Max Out Days like for you guys? Is it a lot of hype? Is it a lot of excitement?
It's a lot of hype. It's a lot of excitement. We just get turned, you know. Our running back here, Shad, he just hit, 580 pounds on squat. You know, we got real hype about that.
Our max days, like he said, like it be live, but we get in there, we warm, then we get to work. It's just like straight maxing, an hour and a half straight in the weight room, pushing everybody to their max, everybody their full potential. It be hurting, but we be there.
All right, one final question before I let you guys go. Give me one word to describe this upcoming season.
Redemption.
I'm probably going to say redemption too, because we really need that.
Just adversity, getting through adversity.
Shocking.
All right, well, guys, we appreciate you joining us here at Media Day. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. All right, welcome back to 2024 Media Day here at Dave & Buster's here on beautiful Panama City Beach. Before we get started, I want to give a huge shout out to Maria Fitch here at Dave & Buster's. She's done an awesome job of setting up the room, getting the gift cards together, game cards together, meal deals, the whole nine. Definitely want to shout her out and the wonderful staff here at Dave & Buster's Panama City Beach. We are now joined by the Walton Braves and their head coach, Coach White. Coach, go ahead and take 2 minutes. Tell us about this year's edition of Braves football and talk to us about who you brought with you today.
Today I've got my offensive coordinator, kind of a brains of our bunch, Coach Jay Lindsay. We've got on the end Elijah Neenan. Next to him is Malcolm Bird. We have Drayden Bimbo, Wells Bettenhausen, Max Reyna, and Hoss Doss.
Now, Coach, coming into the season, just given the ever-changing landscape of high school football here, especially in the state of Florida, one of the big topics in the offseason has just been coaches' pay and trying to get things increased. Talk to me just about resources and just how invaluable those things are to a high school football program.
We have great community support in our town. Our coaches are paid very well. We're probably one of the best paying counties in the state, I would think. We try to take good care of our coaches. I try to make sure they all have summer hours. I try to make sure that they all get 2 different percentages. Our superintendent, Russell Hughes, does a great job of supporting us with money and funds and resources. And our principal, Ms. Brianna Levins, she makes sure that we take care of all of our coaches and all the hard work they put in.
It's been, one of those kind of topsy-turvy things. It seems like there's something new coming out, on the landscape. We've already talked about NIL. What have been some of the things that you try to have conversations with your guys, just about staying grounded, focusing on football, despite everything that's going on in the news and everything?
Stay away from the nonsense. Don't listen to it. Stay off of media.
Now, when you jump into going into this season, let's talk a little bit of X's and O's. Coach, talk to me about who you have coming back from last year's team, and talk to me about just some of the younger guys that you got as far as underclassmen coming up this season.
Yeah, we lost 18 seniors, so we're kind of going to be in a rebuilding process. Got to kind of find out who can play and who can't play, and that's kind of hard to do until you get pads on. We've had some great young guys stepping up this summer and working hard in the weight room and working out on the field, but we don't know who can play. When you lose that many seniors and you have the season that we have, expectations are real high, but you got a bunch of young kids that's fixing to start trying to do it. We got to figure out if they can play or not.
Coach, who excites you as far as your younger underclassmen guys, as far as your newcomers? Anybody stand out to you so far?
Can't tell. We got, like I said, we're a weight room and a physical guy. So until you put pads on and you put that leather to somebody, I don't know if you can play or not.
All right, question for the guys up front. I'm going to start with number 14. I'm a man of my word. What excites you the most going into the 2024 season this year?
Just staying consistent from last year. Instead of just only winning one playoff game, trying to play on Thanksgiving and later on.
Really just coming as a team and going far and making it, like he said, in playoffs. Really.
Yeah, I'm excited for this year. I think we're going to be really good, and I expect to have another great season. And this year, like they said, we want to play on Thanksgiving and win the regional championship and, go farther than last year. Like, don't just settle for being good one year.
Like they said, we're just trying to be great and trying to make it to Thanksgiving. We're trying to play past Thanksgiving.
Just continue playing like we have been, making Thanksgiving, and continue getting stronger.
Another question for you guys. Your coach just mentioned that he's like, man, I don't know. Unless I see him getting it done on the field, and I'm not sure if they can play or not. What has it been like for you guys, especially in the offseason? There's always a lot of internal competition against guys, whether it be in the weight room, 7-on-7s, or anything like that. How do you guys push each other to try and get prove yourself on the field and also in the weight room?
We've been pushing each other really hard in the weight room. Like, we work out every single day, and we also go on the track after, go on the field, and we kind of hold each other to a pretty good standard and try to keep each other accountable. And we've been doing some 7-on-7s this summer too, and we've done pretty well. So I think that we're going to be really good off this year.
Yeah, like he said, like the most exciting part I like is the 7-on-7 hike. We can come as a team and like just look at how we can just do everything together.
Who's the fastest big guy on the team?
Hoss Doss.
Have you had a chance to dust a receiver yet? Any one of the skill guys?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. For a good 5 yards, at least.
What was the look on his face when you passed him?
Oh, insane. I'm telling you.
Coach, what are some of the things you guys do in the off season? I know the weight room is so super important, but what are some of the things you guys do as far as team building and bonding, especially after losing so many guys from last year?
Well, we just try to keep it consistent. You know, we have a vision, and you know, we're more of a faith and a family than anything, I would think. We put all our trust in one another. We believe in each other. We show up every morning at 8 o'clock, and we go an hour in the weight room, and we go an hour on the field. We do that 3 days a week in the month of June, and then in July we go to 4 days. And we just grind. You know, we love to lift weights. We don't like nobody missing reps. We count our reps out. Try to hold each other accountable. You know, when we get on the field, it's just about competition, who can win, you know, who can make the other one better.
Coach, when we talk about last season, just a great run, 11-1. What do you think has been the most consistent thing throughout just a run like that, and how do you think that translates into this season?
Well, you know, last year's senior group is the group that I kind of inherited once I got there. The group of seniors we got this year is the group that come in as my first year. So we're excited. You know, they understand what our vision is. They understand what our plan is. We've been able to hire great coaches. You know, I was able to hire Coach Jay Lindsay, you know, head coach at Tate High School. I was able to hire Greg Jordan, head coach at Bluntstown. We've got Coach Clark, who's been with me since I've been there. Got him from Georgia. You know, we've hired a couple young guys, you know, Matt Sanders and Zach Mason. So our coaching staff with finally our defensive back with Ken Randolph. And I mean, we're a very tight group. You know, we drove to Marianna today, every one of us together. You know, we had a coaches meeting, so we drove there first, and everything we do, we try to do it together. So, like I said, we're just a big faith family team, and whatever we do it together.
Coach, man, that's almost that's got to be well over 50 years of coaching experience. What are the conversations like among you guys? You guys swap stories or anything like that?
I'm gonna let Coach Lindsay say something about that.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is just from an experience standpoint, like he talked about. So we're able to talk about, you know, positive things we were able to do at other places, maybe stuff we learned from and sort of come together. But, man, it's been just this summer getting Coach Jordan over there at Bluntstown. I've learned a lot about tradition and stuff, you know, around here because I'm from Pensacola, you know, Escambia County, Santa Rosa County area. But, you know, Coach heard about, you know, I think the biggest thing is you're bringing winners together. And Coach always says winning breeds winning, you know, where, you know, my dad was a head coach for 25 years at Pace High School, won over 200 games. Coach, you know, won a state championship at Baker. Coach Jordan's won state championships. I think, you know, we've just been able to instill with these kids, man, and these kids believe in us and we believe in them. And that's why Walton's, you know, a special place.
One final question. This one's for the players on the panel. Guys, talk to me just about goals for this season. Give me something that you are shooting for as a team moving forward into 2024.
Going undefeated and trying to make it to state.
Still like playing through God and keeping God first for all of us and staying consistent with everything.
I'd say win every game we play.
Make sure to play on Thanksgiving. Absolutely.
All right, Coach White, man, thank you so much for bringing your guys out to Media Day this year. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next team on the panel. All right, and welcome back to 2024 Media Day here at Dave & Buster's here in Panama City Beach. We are now joined by the Arnold Marlins and their head coach, Coach Griffin. Coach, again, like I said, you look good in blue. Welcome to Media Day. Coach, talk to me just about the transition and inheriting this team, and then just talk to me just about the future, and also introduce your guys that you brought with you.
We saw an opportunity to do the same thing that we did at Bozeman. You know, we got there 13 kids that played football, kind of fell on hard times, and you know things hadn't been that great out here at Arnold for a few years now, and so we saw an opportunity maybe to come here and change that around. And I've assembled I've been very fortunate to land probably the most elite coaching staff I've ever seen. Got some guys that are just outstanding football coaches, a lot of former head football coaches on our staff. And then inherited a group of guys that want to work hard that are tired of losing. These guys are really busting their tails, really working hard, and they're committed to doing all the things that they need to do to change the fortunes of Arnold football and take it from what it's been to what it's going to be and start winning football games out there. So I'm very excited about being at Arnold, very excited about our opportunity, very excited about our football team.
Now, Coach, talk to me just about the summer and just how it has been with your new guys and just some of the things that you guys have done to bond and try to grow together as a team.
Well, you know, I've only been there since January 22nd, you know, so it hasn't been an awful long time. You know, 6-7 months now is not a lot of time. And so I've spent a great deal of time developing relationships, getting to know these guys, and this summer has been about that. We spent a lot of time. We've been up there 4 days a week, 7 to 10. You know, really grinding. And anybody who knows Kevin Pettis and what he does in the weight room, the fact these guys keep showing up is kind of amazing, because he grinds and he pushes and he works those guys, so they keep showing up every day and they keep coming back for more. And you know, you get to know kids and you get to see what kids are made of when you push them like that. And it's been a fast process, but I feel like I've known some of these guys a long time. And there's a couple guys that have been with me for a long time. You know, Will's been a 4-year starter for me, so there's guys that have been with me for a long time also. So you know, it's kind of a unique environment, but I don't think that it could have evolved any faster than it's evolved. If that could have been done, it would have surprised me, but I think we've evolved this thing as fast as it could possibly be done.
All right, question for you guys on the panel. Is Arnold in NCAA 25 yet?
No, not yet.
Well, I'll keep a lookout for it. Guys, what has been the bonding process with your coach in the off season? Talk to me just about some of the things you guys have done, and definitely, of course, the regiment, the weight room, and also the 7-on-7 camps, and just go through the process, what it's been like this summer.
We've been getting in there early morning, working hard every day, just becoming a family, becoming one.
Oh, yeah, so like Coach said, he came in January, and a bunch of the other coaching staff followed, and I mean, we've only known him for 6 months, but for some of us, it feels like, I mean, they've already taught us so much, and they came in with such open arms. It was really easy to make that transition for everybody in the new coaching staff, so, yeah.
I brought a lot of talkers with me.
Who's normally the loudest out of this group?
Eli. You always know he's around. He's a fun kid, though. We took those guys out to Vortex Springs yesterday, and they had a good time. So it was a good bonding experience for us yesterday.
Where'd you guys go?
We went to Vortex Springs. We loaded up a bus after working out yesterday and went up to Vortex Springs, up above Ponce Leon, and let these guys have at the Springs. And did a lot of grilling and eating and having a good time yesterday. So that was another way to wrap up the summer as we move into what we're about to start on Monday with that grind going all the way through. So.
Yeah, one final treat before it starts.
That's it.
Now, Coach, going into this season, talk to me just about some goals. Just whether it be team chemistry or being able to see growth in the weight room. What do you think some of the staples are going to be going into 2024 for this Arnold Marlins football team?
Well, I've already seen a huge difference in the way, just from the first day I was there, the way these guys interact with one another, what they are today. I don't know that it was much of a football team day one, but I think it's a football team now. And I see these guys pull together, rally behind each other through the 7-on-7s and all the grind that they do. It's been fun for me to watch. So I'm very excited about watching these guys be able to cut it loose. And I really feel like, people talk about the bar is very low. We don't have to do much to be better and all that nonsense. I don't think we get caught up in that very much. I mean, we have expectations for what we want to accomplish regardless of what's happened in the past. We want these guys to win football games. We want to put this team in the playoffs. Our goal is the same as it would be any other year in any other place. We want to win football games, we want to make the postseason, and we want to give these guys the best experience playing football for Arnold that we can give them. So that's our goal, and they've worked hard for it. They've earned everything that they've gotten so far, and I look forward to watching what these guys are going to accomplish this year, and I hope it's some great things.
Guys, talk to me about last season and just what some of the goals are, and not really goals, but what are your plans for this season and how you want to if anything, transition from the team that you were into the team that you can or could be?
I think that last year wasn't that good for the team. We didn't really have all the players showing up. We didn't have coaches really trying that hard for us. But this year, I think we're going to change. We're going to win some more games, at least win a game. But we're going to show up and give effort.
I would really like to look ahead and with our new coaching staff and all the players that have came over from other schools, I would like to have a better season, at least make it to the playoffs and make football fun again.
Yeah, these new coaches have definitely just brought a new life inside of us.
Now, Coach, jumping into some X's and O's, what is this team going to be looking like? What do you think as far as what can we expect to see as far as who's going to be where as far as on the offense and defensive side, and how does that shaping up into 2024?
Right. Well, I don't think it's any secret what I do. I'll probably throw a little bit more than certainly throw more than they've done there in the past. We throw probably a little bit more than a lot of folks do, and our running back situation, we got some, we don't really have a 5-star running back, so we're going to probably lean heavily on the passing game early on, and the development of Will's really made that possible. He's doing a great job. This kid works hard. He shows up every day. He's really came light years in the time that we've been there, so I really have a lot of confidence in Will and the receiver. There were some of the receivers we have and some of the talented playmakers that we have. It's really been a pleasant surprise for me. So hopefully we'll evolve that running game and be able to, because I like balance in the offense, but I think we're going to. We're probably going to lean a little bit on the passing game, at least early on, until we find a little bit of identity with the run game. And then defensively, I love what Kevin Pettis is doing with our defense. They're working hard. Josh Wright's with me and helping Kevin on that defensive side of the ball. And I know the product they're going to put on the field is going to be physical. It's going to be fast, and it's going to be as good as anybody's going to have out there. So I'm very excited about what's going to happen on both sides of the football. But we look to we look to try to evolve every week, and I know that we're not going to play our best football week one, but we hope to be playing our best football later in the season when it counts, and that's what we're going to continue to try to do. And as we evolve that offense and defense, it's hard to say that we're going to do this and we're going to do that. It'll be an evolution throughout the season, but I would expect us early on to throw a little bit more than maybe we'd like to, and hopefully we'll evolve that run game as we go.
Guys, your coach just talked about identity. What do you think the team's identity is going to be going into this season? And what kind of mark do you want to leave, at least for the seniors, when you graduate?
Yeah, we're going in to win. I mean, that's our main focus here. Working all hard on summer, and now going into fall. Confidence is our word. We're going in to win.
Oh, yeah, obviously last year we didn't make a good look for ourselves, and this year we're looking to turn that around, win a couple games. And, I mean, when you talk to your friends, it's kind of hard. You'll tell, we're going to win some football games this year. We've really been putting that work in, and to just kind of look at you funny and laugh and walk away. But we're really looking to shock the city this year.
Coach, give me one word to describe this team so far.
Fun. Fun. I mean, this has been a fun group. The coaching staff's fun. It's fun going to work. The kids are having fun. It's a fun group of guys, and it's the whole. I can't wait to get there every day. It's the most fun I've had in years.
You guys agreeing with that? Now, one more question before I let you guys go. Football here just has a great tradition and history, especially here in Bay County. A lot of great players, a lot of great games, just a lot of great teams. Being one of the newer schools, and not brand new, but one of the newer schools, how do you want to add to the Bay County football history?
We just want to have like a positive influence in Bay County. We're going to be soon to be a good team to play against, and hopefully we'll have a positive influence in Bay County.
We definitely want to make Bay County a big county of football.
Well, I think, there's a lot of history and tradition. A lot of schools in Bay County, but Arnold's not necessarily one of the ones that has a lot of that. Neither was the last school I was at. So, we're not worried about so much what's happened in the past. We're worried about what these guys are going to do move forward. And I hope what these guys here sitting are going to be a part of making something special for a long time to come. So I hope that when people talk about Bay County football in the near future, Arnold's going to be in that conversation. I think that's what these guys want to do, and I think that's what we're all working for.
Coming out to Media Day this year. Best of luck to you guys, and wish you guys a safe fall camp going into 2024 season. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be joined by, up next, the Marianna Bulldogs. Coach, thank you.
Great. Thanks for having us here. Appreciate it.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024, brought to you by fourquartersonline.com, and we are here at Dave & Buster's on beautiful Panama City Beach, and we are now joined by the Marianna Bulldogs. Coach Glover, go ahead and take 2 minutes. Tell us about this year's edition of the Marianna football, and also introduce who you brought with you today.
All right, well, thank you for having us here today, man. It's always a pleasure to come. We've had a great summer, a lot of blood, sweat, and a few tears. Been hot out there, but these guys have worked hard, and we're excited about this year. We do have some additions this year. I'm going to start with introducing him. He's one of our basketball players, decided that he wanted to play football, and his name's Jacoby Hall, going to be one of our receivers, man. He's done a great job this summer. He's stepped into some roles that we really needed filled, and we're really excited about him. We have number 4 over here, our running back, Amari Clemens. Our QB1, number 2, what's your name again? R.J. Mays, the gunslinger. He told me to say that. So, and then Tyler Kennedy, our right guard, and our defensive tackle, Isaiah Clemens. And then I brought with me one of my assistant coaches. He's really my right-hand man, Coach Barber, Blake Barber. So we're excited about this year.
Now, Coach, coming into the season, or at least looking back at last season, you guys started out really hot. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a dip in the middle of the season, and then you guys found your identity again. Talk to me just about how that, just really just the ups and downs, what happens every football season, and what you guys are looking to improve upon going into 2024.
Yeah, we kind of we found the reason that we don't like to lose, and we kind of got back on track at the end of the season. We had a tough schedule, but everybody has that. But we've kind of got us a goal what we want to do this year, and we've really worked hard at doing that. So
now it definitely, when you look at just how just the landscape has changed. We go from the rural suburban, and then now we're back into district play again. Not that it affects the schedule, because you still got to line up and play who you got to play, but just given the landscape of high school football here in Florida, like, what's your take on everything, and how's it been just kind of flip-flopping from classifications back and forth?
I don't, man. You can ask any coach in the state of Florida; they're probably going to tell you the same thing. We really don't know what goes on from one year to the other. But I like where we sit this year. We haven't won one of our goals this year is win a district championship. And I really think that we have a good shot at doing that this year with our district, and going into the playoffs. Hopefully, if we stay healthy and play to our ability, that I think we have. So,
question for the guys on the panel: what has the summer been like? You guys seem like you've already bonded. You guys already seem like you got that tight bond together. What is some of the fun stuff you guys have done in the off season to keep the group tight knit?
A lot of fun stuff we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Going to practice, really. You know what I'm saying? Just the coaching staff having it up. Somebody get blurred, we all rushing the ball. And then a lot of work goes on outside of practice. Like, it don't have to be just practice for us to be getting better. You know what I'm saying? We'll be on the game. Oh, you at the field? Let's go. Everybody going to the field.
I mean, we really all had a bond at the beginning, because in school, when we see each other, we laugh, have fun, but this summer, it's just been amazing to how our bond had grown from some of us not even speaking to each other to we just speaking to each other now, having fun with each other. So, yeah.
Nah, for real, some of us came a long way. Having church groups and getting to know God more. Being around each other, not just being at practice, but being hanging out outside of practice and stuff like that, and just getting along and being together.
That's all right. I'm gonna pick on y'all next. Coach, tell me just a little bit about just if anything, we talked about a lot of the landscape changing in high school football. What's some of the things about Marianna that just makes it just a special place to be and play? I'm a FAMU guy. I had a chance to not only meet Philip Sylvester, talk to him for a little bit. There's just a lot of tradition out there. Just talk to me just a little bit about what makes Marianna Marianna.
Oh man, I tell you that on Friday nights that we have a packed house. I mean, couple years ago, a matter of fact, my first year as head coach, we went 1-9, and we packed out every home game, and it just got better and better. I mean, the community comes out and supports these guys, and we have a great booster club. We have a great booster board that really support these guys that are here just for the players. They're not here for anything else but to help them, make sure that they have what they need. And we have a lot of tradition at Marianna. We have a lot of great players that come out and a lot of great coaches that's come through. And it's just, Marianna is just a great place to be.
Coach, go ahead and talk to me about this year's team and what excites you about them. And then jump into some X's and O's. Talk to me about your offense and your defense coming into 2024.
Well, I'm really excited about our offense. We have a really good problem. We have a lot of guys to get the ball to. And that's a tough thing to do, but it's a good problem to have. You know, coming last year, our running back that came out of nowhere, and everybody knows who he is now. We had a quarterback last year that never played quarterback before. They did a fantastic job. So both of them have another year under their belt. Our offensive line we had one senior last year. Every one of them's back except that senior. And then the new guy that took his spot is doing great. And so we have a great line. We have some good skill guys. I'm really excited about that. But defensively, man, we have seniors all over the place defensively. And they are some tough players. They will get after you. It's nice to be able on defense to be able to tell a guy, calm down. Don't hit so hard in practice. And that is as a defensive coach, man, you love to be able to say that. So defensively and offensively, we're excited about this year.
Guys, talk to me a little bit about if anything, talk to me about just going into this season. We had a chance to look at last season. We talked about the little dip that happened in the middle. Tell me about if anything, what are your goals as a team? We talked about the bond and everything. What are your goals as a team going into this season?
Going 10-0. I mean, I was there for the team that went 1-9 as a sophomore. You know, it wasn't nice. Me and Mark getting thrown out there. But this year, you know what I'm saying, filling that gap. Instead of going good and then going bad, just straight out with it good. Just keep going good all the way through. Win the district championship, hopefully go for a regional championship.
Just win. Just want to win, man. No, I don't think nobody like losing over here, so just win.
I say putting everybody on the same page. Can't have just one person that want it for everybody else. So,
just to come out with an aggression and still manage to have the discipline that we do have throughout the whole year.
I'm gonna say to go undefeated and make Coach Glover happy, and win him a district championship.
Who's the most competitive among you guys?
Me. Easy.
Me.
No,
I am.
No.
Y'all can rock, paper, scissors for it right here. It don't matter.
Nah.
I feel like it's me, though.
Liar.
Coach, we have so many different things that have changed, across the high school football landscape and everything. Even at the college level, it seems to trickle down to high school. Talk to me just a little bit about just even how the recruiting process has changed, and just kind of give your take on it. And what are some of the conversations you have with your guys, especially as the transfer portal has opened up in college? It's kind of left a gap in a little bit of a recruitment process. Talk to me just a little bit about that and how that's changed a little bit.
Yeah, that's when you talk to a high school player about going to play to the next level, they always want to bring up the Alabama, Florida State, the Georgias, but I try to make sure they understand that if you go play college football anywhere, you're doing something that most people can't do. And if it's NIA, if it's Division III, Division II, whoever wants you, that's where you want to be. As long as you get a chance to go out and play football and it's going to help pay for your education, that's the goal.
Yeah, it's very interesting because when you look at NFL rosters, there's a ton of D2 guys just scattered about. Do you feel like the opportunities are still there, even though it's not the traditional way of recruitment that we're used to?
I think the opportunity's there, and I think that as long as they see that there's a way to get there and don't give up on it. Because if you go to a Division II school, Division III school, and you produce, someone's going to find you. And so that's just a new route that you have to go now. Now, if you're good, and they're going to find you in high school too. So, I mean.
Question again for the guys on the panel. How's the recruiting process been for you guys? Given the fact that it's just, it looks like there's an abundance of opportunities, even though there might not be, it might not be in the spot that you may have considered at first. There may be new opportunities opening up.
It's been good. Well, you know, my mom, talking to mom, just if you good enough, they're gonna find you. I wouldn't really too much be worried about, you know what I'm saying, getting recruited. If you good enough, they're gonna come get you.
I ain't gonna lie. It's crazy. It's fun. You just gotta enjoy it. Don't get overwhelmed from it. And yeah, just take notes off of it too, because you don't want to make. Because at the end of the day, you only got one school to go to. Don't matter how many offers you get, and just stay focused and don't get off track, because it's all a business.
Coach, going into this season, you definitely talked about just the schedule and everything and just the excitement among your team. What are some of the things that you think, where do you think this team can go as far as their ceiling? What are some of the things that excites you about maybe whether it be a team goal or maybe some personal goals among the guys? Where do you see this team going in 2024?
Well, I mean, our goal this year is we got two goals. We want to win a district championship, and we want to go undefeated if we can, you know. But we still want to win a district championship. That's the goal. It hadn't been one in Marianna in a long time. So if we can win one of those, man, it's going to bring a lot of pride to our community, pride to our school, you know. And it's just like I told them when we got in the car. I mean, you can't just – we only got one way to go, and that's down. And we have to keep focused. Don't buy into the hype. Stay focused and just work. Just work, and then it's all going to work out. So.
Coach, thank you so much for your time and for your it's definitely making the trip down to Panama City here at Media Day. Best of luck to you guys going into the season. We're going to pause and take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel.
Spirit
All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 by Four Quarters Online and presented by Dave and Buster's. They do a great job. I want to give a special shout out to Maria Fitch and her staff here at Dave and Buster's. She got up and has been working very hard for the past month to help put this on in conjunction with our team. She got the gift cards together, made sure that everything was set up just right, so we want to give her a huge shout out. Joining us now are the Chipley Tigers and their head coach, Coach Buchanan. Coach, go ahead and take a couple of minutes, tell us about this year's editions of Tiger football, and also introduce who you brought with you today.
All right, I'll start off by introducing our players we brought with us today. From my right, your left, we've got number 1, Malik Henderson. Malik's going to play quarterback for us this year. He's also started in the secondary last year for us and was also a starting receiver. This year, we're making a move with him to quarterback. He'll also play defense as well. Beside him is number 9, Kibo Decree. Kibo's going to be our starting running back. He ran the ball for us well last year and the year before. Can also catch the ball coming out of the backfield and also plays outside linebacker for us, too, if we need him to. Next to him, number 11 here is Lawson Corbett. Lawson is a starting receiver for us, also a starting D-back. To my left is Hill Holly. Hill will start for us on offensive line and defensive line. He's only going to be a junior. Beside him is number 4, Jakeem Holly. Jakeem's going to be a senior for us. Last year he was our tight end. This year we're moving him out to wide receiver. He also starts for us at outside linebacker. And then on the end down there is our only senior lineman, Kaysen Nelson. Kaysen's going to start for us on the offensive line. Briefly going into this year real quick, just give you a quick synopsis of it. Kids work really hard in the spring, work really hard in the summer, and we're excited about this season. We're going to be a young football team. We've got a small senior class. The 3 classes behind them are large, about 20 kids in each class. But we've got a good group of kids. They're used to winning. I think the last 3 years in Chipley, we've won 45 football games. We average 9 wins on the varsity each year, 6 wins on the JV, and there's not going to be a lot of teams come through here today. I can promise you they average 15 wins a year. So the good news is these kids are used to winning, and that breeds a lot of competitiveness, both during the season and in the off season.
Coach, great run last season. You guys had a lot of really, really impressive victories. Just talk to me just about some of the carryovers from last season and coming into this season, looking at how just some of those things that really got you into position to make a great playoff run. What are some of those staples that you're going to try to continue as far as consistency into this season?
Well, it's still high school football. You got to be able to run the football. While we only have 1 senior lineman, we do have a large group of junior linemen that we're really excited about. We've got multiple backs in the backfield that can really run it. We've got a quarterback that can run it and throw it. So you've got a dual threat quarterback back there now. We feel like that's going to allow us to be really explosive on offense, which is the same way we were last year. And then defensively, we feel like we're going to be better this year than we were last year on defense. We've got a lot of young kids that have a lot of fight in them, and we're going to get those 11 guys out there.
Coach, clearly you're a weight room guy. How often do you lift? How often do you lift with your team?
I'm in the weight room all day, so I'm going to stop by and get a set here, get a set there, pretty much every day. But the biggest thing I tell these guys all the time, benching 300 pounds doesn't make you a football player. The biggest thing to me, strength is good, speed's great, but toughness. We talk a lot about toughness in 2 forms of it. Physical toughness, being able to play while you're banged up, because you're going to be banged up, and there's no time to get you out. We want our best 11 on the field. And our saying's always been, if the bone ain't sticking out, you're playing. And then also mental toughness. You give me 11 guys out there that are mentally tough and physically tough, and you got a chance to win some football games.
All right, question for the guys on the panel. Talk to me a little bit about last season and how does that translate over into some of your goals for this season?
Our goals this year, we trying to go get a state championship. We took a early exit last year in the playoffs, but this year we using that as motivation to try and go win another championship.
Last year we had a hard time with Bonifay. This year we trying to come out and beat them.
Like you said, we took an early exit. We wanted to play a little bit longer than what we actually did to a rival team, so that's a big deal for us this year up against Bonifay.
I think a big goal is to just be able to play on Thanksgiving. I mean, that's just a great, and just not to give up, to just play all 4 quarters as hard as we can.
I feel like one of the goals we're going to have this year is coming off a tough loss from Bonifay last year in the playoffs, just working hard over the summer, trying to get back to where we were, and then execute, make it a state.
Last year we had a lot of seniors, and just trying to step up and fill their shoes and be as good as them, if not better.
Coach, I've had a bunch of conversations with different coaches around, and of course, a couple of former players and everything. They just a lot of things I've heard is just a tough atmosphere going into Chipley and as an opponent of you guys, and just how it's just a tough place to play. What do you think just kind of makes up that kind of tough atmosphere, and how is it being with just the community support, and what makes it just a formidable place to play?
Well, I think it goes back to even before I got there, but we've certainly something we tried to continue. One thing I try to do at home is butter up the officials, feed them steak and shrimp before the game, make sure they're on our side. No, I'm kidding. But the biggest thing to me is taking pride in your home. And when I got there, I kind of told them, I said, this is going to be kind of like our Alamo. And if you know your history, we'd rather die on that field than lose. And in the last 3 years of being there, we're 17-2 at home. The JV's never lost a game in Chipley, and we've played good competition. We've hosted Mosley, we've played Rutherford, we've played North Bay, we've played everybody in Bay County. Those kids have never lost a home game in Chipley. So there's a lot to be said for that. But the 2 games we have lost was to a good Bozeman team last year, and then to a team that played for a state title out of Alabama my first year. And credit those teams; they were really good football teams. But that's our mindset. We would rather die on that field than lose.
Question for the guys. Your coach talking about just the pride and tradition in the community, and then also looking at who was on your schedule last year and who's on your schedule this year. Being a 1A school, are you guys excited to play some of the bigger schools and some of the higher level competition?
Absolutely. We know that we're coming in. We got a good schedule this year. We're trying to make sure that we can go undefeated and impress a lot of people this year.
Yes, sir. We going out farther this year to Jacksonville, I think, and to play. And that'd be good for us to travel farther and win games up there.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hitting the road, going pretty far, playing some pretty big teams, hoping to hit some people hard.
I think it's really good that we play some big teams and tough competition in the regular season, because it allows us to just prepare for the playoffs, because that's what it's going to be.
Like I said, like Hill said, we play some pretty good teams around the Panhandle, but I feel like the further we travel, the better teams you're going to see, the better the competition is, get better overall.
Yeah, just seeing bigger teams means better competition, which will help us grow and get better.
Coach, I've often had conversations just about the whole multi-sport thing, sharing athletes, with different other coaches from different sports. It seems now that you're definitely having more success, or a lot of guys are talking about just success of being able to grow in a different sport, and then how that translates back on the football field. Do you encourage your guys to play other sports and develop in different areas?
Absolutely. In small schools you have to, but even in the big schools, you want to share your athletes, and at Chipley we've done a really good job in basketball. Our basketball team's been to the Final Four 2 years in a row. Our basketball coach does a phenomenal job with those guys. Our baseball team, 2 out of the 3 years I've been here have been to the state finals, won the state championship a few years ago. So it's a really good school athletically, on the girls' side of things as well. But absolutely, we share our athletes, encourage our kids to play multiple sports. In the off season, whether it's track and field, weightlifting, baseball, we want them involved in something.
Coach, give me one word to define this season and creating that separation from last year's group going into this year's group. Give me one word to define this year's team.
I'm going to say fight. These kids have a lot of fight in them. On the field, they're competitive. Even in the weight room, they're competitive. We're running 40s, they're competitive. And I think that's something that we're going to have if we're going to have success. We opened up with Bluntstown and then North Florida Christian and then a really talented team out of Alabama. That was a Final Four team last year. So that's 3 Final Four teams in a row. So we're going to have our oil check pretty quick, 3 weeks in a row. And so we better have some fight in us or we're going to get exposed early. But that would be the word I would describe this team. These kids have been resilient. Some have been on the JV, some on the varsity last year. But this team has a lot of fight in it, and that's what we're going to have.
Question for the guys on the panel. Who's the teammate that holds you accountable?
I hold myself accountable. I try to do it with the guys, too. You got to have some self-accountability to be good at any level of football.
I think we all hold ourselves accountable, but I say Hill Holly.
I'd agree with Kibo. I'd probably say Hill Holly, but luckily all of us really aren't trying to skip any reps. We're all kind of holding each other accountable.
I'm going to have to say Lawson. He's always been, last year watching him out there, just helped me boost myself for this year. So
I'm going to also have to say Lawson Corbett. I mean, he's just a good role model, a good leader on and off the field.
I'm going to have to say everyone. Everybody pushes each other to try and make everyone better.
Coach, one final question before I let you go. High school football, the game itself has not changed, but the environment around it, the landscape, just adjacent to high school football has kind of been turned on its head a little bit. Give me your take on where you think things are going to be in the next couple of years as far as high school football, and what kind of conversations are you having with your guys, especially your younger guys, about what to expect as they try to matriculate as athletes?
Well, the main thing is it's going to be an exciting time. If you're a young player in middle school or a 9th grader or 10th grader, I mean, it's an exciting time for high school football players, whether it's NIL or TV exposure or whatever. And some things coaches like, some things coaches don't like, but the bottom line is it's here whether you like it or not. And I would say there's probably never been a more exciting time to play high school football because at the end of the day, still 11 guys out there. You still get the hit. You still get the tackle, and they can't take that part of the game away. It's still going to be physical. It's still going to be a lot of fun. It's still the most popular sport. Still draws the biggest crowds. Still where the money goes. So I'd say it's an exciting time.
All right, we want to thank the Chipley Tigers for joining us here at Media Day. Coach, best of luck to you guys during the season. We hope you guys have a safe camp going into the fall. We're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we're going to be joined by our next team on the panel in just a few moments.
Thank you for having us.
All right, Coach, I appreciate it. All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 by fourquartersonline.com, presented by Dave and Buster's here in beautiful Panama City Beach, Florida. We are now joined by Coach Whitten and the Mosley Dolphins, the 2024 edition of the Mosley Dolphins. Coach, go ahead and tell me about this year's team, and then take a moment and introduce who you brought with you today.
All right, we'll introduce these guys first. To my right over here, we got defensive end and tight end Raiden Bruins, safety Landon Hawthorne, linebacker Sawyer Shorts. To my left, quarterback Sammy Freitas, and wide receiver Jack Massey. And then on the ends, I got two of my three boys. I got Campbell down here to the right and Bobo on the left. But yeah, this year we're really excited about this upcoming season. We got a lot of guys that got a lot of experience, returning 15, 16 starters from last year's football team, and these guys have been working really, really hard. Really competitive group of guys. But the thing I love the most about this football team is just how much energy they bring every day and how much they love being around one another. They're a really, really fun group of guys to be around, and I get excited about coming to work every single day with these guys.
Coach, you and I talked earlier in the summer, great conversation. We had a chance to talk about just the ever-changing landscape of high school football, but jumping into some X's and O's, go ahead and talk to me a little bit about who you got coming back from last season and what makes you excited about this year's team.
Well, offensively, we got 9 starters coming back on the offensive side of the ball. My guy here to the left, Sammy Freitas, is 3-year starter, thrown for a ton of yards and a ton of touchdowns. We got all our receivers coming back. We got 4 guys coming back on the offensive line. We lost 2 of our running backs, so there's going to be a little bit of question mark there at the running back spot. And then on the defensive side of the ball, we got 8 guys coming back, and guys that are flying around. We should be able to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, be able to make plays on the back end. So again, just an exciting group of guys that we got this coming year.
Now, Coach, one of the things we didn't get a chance to talk about was you guys suffered an incredible loss, losing a coach on your staff, and really when that happens, sometimes it just kind of leaves a void a little bit. Mm-hmm. But tell me a little bit about Coach McCrory and just what he meant to your program and the kind of guy he was.
Oh, man. Coach McCrory, he was like a second father to me. I coached with Coach McCrory for 10 years. One of the toughest human beings I've ever been around in my life. And brought that toughness and intensity to our football team every single day. Coach McCrory was the ultimate winner. Won 2 national championships as a player in college, went to 6 state championships as a coach, and just he brought high expectations, and was just really fun to be around, and we definitely miss him every single day.
What do you think some of the things you'll try to retain from his legacy and try to keep that kind of thread going through your program?
The first thing is, man, if you ever needed something, it didn't matter the time, the place, Coach McCrory was your guy. He loved people, he served others, and always put other people before himself. As much as a winner he was, he never talked about winning. That was kind of the irony about Coach McCrory. To be the ultimate winner, he never focused on winning. It was always about the little things that you had to do to get better on a daily basis. And then the last is just toughness. I mean, again, that guy was a walking John Wayne. I know most of the people here these guys don't know who that is, but he was one tough dude.
Do you guys know who John Wayne is? Wow. We gotta get some movies going at some point. Question for the guys on the panel. Talk to me just about last season and just some of the things that you guys are looking to improve upon and really trying to get better as you go into 2024.
I'll start. Things we get better at is just closing games and have a lot of energy throughout the whole game. Fourth quarter comes, we need to be ready just to push through it and finish out the game. We've been working really hard this offseason and really high motor on the offense. We're going to be throwing the ball around, running it, so that'll be real fun.
Definitely on the defensive side of the ball, talking about getting 3 plays, 3 and outs, finishing drives on the defensive side, not letting them go on 4th down or 3rd down, not letting them complete or get the 1st down.
Yeah, just get more takeaways and get more interceptions and picking up fumbles when there are the balls on the ground, just stuff like that.
Just really competing every day, hard.
You mentioned competing. You feel like the offense stands out more, or the defense stands out more?
Defense all day.
Any offensive guys want to challenge, or is that?
Nah, but he knows every day in practice. We bring it to him. Y'all just pull up the film. Y'all can see. I ain't gonna talk too much.
Coach, we talk about the inner competition that just happens naturally. What do you think stands out the most about this team? Are they a weight room team? Are they more of a 7-on-7 team? Are they more of just all over?
We are definitely a competitive team. One thing we did this offseason is we made sure we competed for sure every Friday and as much as possible. We had a board that had everybody's name on it, and we kept track of who won and who lost. So you were what your record was. We saw guys who won a lot. We saw guys who lost a lot. You know, winners were rewarded. Losers, again, the thing naturally when 2 guys compete, somebody's naturally going to lose. But the thing that we wanted to see was guys just going hard. So again, that was just something that we tried to instill this offseason, and I think we got a really, really good competitive group of guys.
Our question for the guys: how'd the board motivate you? Or at least seeing those stats up there.
Just making sure you win. You don't want to be on the loser board, you know. Just listen, get people talk bad about you when you're on the loser board.
On the loser board, like, you're gonna hear it if you're on there. Like, you want to be on the winning side. You get coach would hand out things for the winners. Losers didn't get nothing. So.
Another question for the guys: who do you feel like is the biggest trash talker?
Right here, number 22.
Me.
Number 8 now.
It's always the quietest guy.
All the teams around here know who it is.
Coach, going into 2024 and looking forward to the future, where do you feel like the ceiling is for this team, and where do you see them progressing to, especially looking at being able to make a deep playoff run and working with the pieces that you have? Where do you see this team being?
Well, I mean, ultimately our goal for me as the coach is, we want to make it to Thanksgiving. We did that my first year at Mosley. I mean, I think all coaches know that's the greatest week of football that there is in high school football. So, that's our ultimate goal. Again, with this group, the thing, again, going back to Coach McCrory is just, let's focus on just taking it 1 week at a time. That let's just enjoy this season, enjoy being around one another, enjoy working hard every single day. And if we do the things that we're supposed to do on a weekly basis, we're confident this team can play for as long as they want to play.
I want to talk about legacy just a little bit, and just how, Mosley is just, really, when you and I talked, you talked about a little bit about just building that solid foundation and tradition and reaching some of those benchmarks. What do you think is probably one of the most important ones? You mentioned playing on Thanksgiving and having some of those milestones. How important is it to you think to the Mosley community to just hit that milestone of playing on Thanksgiving or winning the district championship or making a deep playoff run?
No, I think that's something that we're definitely trying to build right now. Again, we've won 2 out of 3 district championships in the 3 years that I've been here at Mosley. The last time that's been done at Mosley was over 40 years ago. So, again, we're definitely early in this process, and we're just trying to stack good years together. Again, my first year we made it to Thanksgiving in the 3rd round, and hopefully we can get back to that Thanksgiving week again.
Question for the guys. Quote your coach. What's the thing that he says the most? Or what's the thing that he says so often you can't ever forget it?
If you don't want to be at Mosley, then leave.
There's the door.
I would say he says that the most.
Yeah, if you don't want to compete and work, then go somewhere else.
Yeah, he nailed it.
Coach, do you feel like that has built team unity, just working with the guys who want to be there, who want to show up every day?
Yeah, we definitely work really hard. There's a quote I have in my office: teams who suffer together grow together. And, we're not going to shy away from doing hard work. That's going to be the backbone of our football team. And again, like the world that we live in, the kids have choices. If Mosley's not your cup of tea, you can definitely go play somewhere else. Thankfully, that has not been an issue for us in the culture that we've been at Mosley. And I think that speaks to our guys and their willingness to buy in and want to work hard on a daily basis.
Yeah, you ever seen Junction Boys?
I have not.
Just that whole, just back in the day, Texas A&M going through Bear Bryant's one of his first seasons. They had kind of that mentality of the team that suffers together will grow together, and it led to one of his first national championships. Do you feel like this team has bonded in a way that is kind of yielding those results as you go into fall camp?
I definitely think so. 2 weeks ago, we went to a 7-on-7 up at Hoover. And after our pool play games, we had half a day to kill, and everybody went to the pool. We had a great time. I mean, that was the most fun I've had in a really long time. And again, it was just something as simply going to the pool, but just everybody's energy, just being around. Again, everybody generally likes one another. Everybody likes everybody's company, and it's just, again, it's a fun group of guys to be around.
Coach, just looking at social media and the content that you guys have put out, there's just a lot going on with the recruiting process right now, especially with the promotion of your guys. What's it been like over the summer, just going to the different camps, looking at different college programs, and really trying to get your guys to see what the next level looks like?
Yeah, we've been fortunate to have guys sign and be able to go play at the next level, and I think that's, going off and doing the camp circuit is key because you get to compare yourself against, the best players in the state or the Southeast or wherever regionally you're going to camp. And I think that's, it's a small piece of the larger picture for you going out there and competing and going to camp and showing schools what you can do for them.
One final question for the guys. What has it been like this summer? Because you guys have traveled quite a bit, going to different camps and stuff like that. How has it been competing against other schools in the summer, especially in the 7-on-7 circuit?
It's been fun, hot and tiring, but it's been really fun competing against like schools over there in Hoover and all the like bigger schools around here. But it's been fun.
It's been cool playing teams that we don't usually play throughout the season during fall. So it's nice to switch it up, play teams we're not used to, teams we don't know nothing about, and just compete.
Yeah, last year we went to Hoover and we didn't do so good. But this year we sure did a lot better. What do we go, 6-3, so a lot better. Played good teams. Yeah, it was a good time.
All right, Coach, man, thank you so much for bringing your guys out. Definitely looking forward to catching this year's edition of the Mosley Dolphins in 2024. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Rutherford Rams. Coach, thank you for coming out.
Thanks for having us.
All right, welcome back to Media Day 2024 here at Dave & Buster's here in Panama City Beach. Want to give a huge shout out to Maria Fitch and her staff here at Dave & Buster's. They've done an incredible job setting this this entire setup for you guys. And for those who are watching, if you're in the Panhandle or Panama City Beach area, you need to get on down here to Dave & Buster's. They got great meal deals for what they have is, I think it's an eat and play deal going on here at Dave & Buster's. So we encourage everybody who is online watching to get on down here and enjoy some of that. We are now joined by the Rutherford Rams and their head coach, Coach Floyd. Coach, thank you for coming out today and bringing your army with you. I think you got at least, it looked like you're starting O-line is back there, but go ahead and tell me about who you brought with you today and give us an update on this year's edition of the 2024 version of Rutherford football.
All right, we'll start at my far right. Eric O's is a senior outside linebacker, play a little safety for us, also play a little slot receiver. Right here next to him, we got Jason Havens, year 2 quarterback, play a little receiver for us also, may play a little bit of defense, a little versatile. Right here next to him is Roman Holmes. He's a senior running back, slot receiver, shutdown corner on my right side. To my left, I have Eric Jones. He's a junior left guard. Right beside him, I have a senior linebacker, running back, Chasten Scott. Next to him, I have Savion Black is a safety, nickelback, and running back for us. And next to him, I have my DB coach in United States Air Force, Daquan Hayes with the K-9 unit, military police.
Thank you for service. Coach, you and I had a great conversation over the summer. You were really excited about this year's team. Go ahead and talk to me, just elaborate on how the summer has gone for you guys and how that excitement has built up going into the season.
Man, it's been pretty exciting going into year 2, man. Year 1 was more of my first year as a head coach. Yeah, we know we're going to work hard, we're going to play hard, we're going to get outside, run, do the things that we can do. But being a first-year head coach is kind of, it's nerve-wracking and a little stressful, not seeing clearly what's going to go on before you. So going into year 2, we feel like those goggles are kind of clearer as far as our vision and where we're going and where we're headed. And just seeing these guys work with each other, work next to each other throughout the whole summer, just coming together as brothers, doing as they told, doing what the coaches asked them to do. We're real optimistic about this team, and I'm excited about what we can do as far as the season, going week to week, trying to go 1-0, and I'm excited.
Coach, and this is one of those things that makes you just really excited for spotting the ball. When you look at how the team is bonded over the summer, what do you think is going to be the most important attribute for you guys in week 1?
As far as I'm a run guy, run first, like get those tough yards. But I think it's been kind of unique this year. You kind of got to play with what you have. Yes, I think we'll be able to run the ball pretty well, but at the same time, I'm excited about the guys that we got out here out wide in the slots. I think those guys can do a little thing with the ball as far as yak yardage and just, as far as making explosive plays. So we'll sling it around a little bit, but we'll run it, keep it traditional, like the run first and open up the pass. But, depending on what Friday night or Thursday night that we're playing, it may be the pass is opening up the run, but we're going to be pretty balanced. But we're excited about what we can do as far as explosive plays this season.
All right, question for the guys, and however you guys want to pass the mics, that's up to y'all. But last season there were definitely quite a few close games, one-score ball games. Where do you feel like the biggest improvement is going to be in this season as opposed to last season, and how you're going to eliminate some of those close contests?
Competing first quarter and starting off strong and fast, and not letting ourselves be the underdogs.
Yeah, like he said, a lot of the games we came out slow, and then we picked it up in the third and fourth quarter. But I feel like if we start those games off how we should, then some of those games could go more out of our way.
Another thing was paying attention to detail. Also get lost in trying to cover the big yards instead of worrying about the small things and end up getting messed up.
Mainly turnovers, like in the middle of the game and stuff, we'll do turnovers. And we just don't finish it strong. It's mainly about the defense. It's like how we started, it's like how we finish it.
being a competitive team and finishing each snap and each play all the way to the end of the game.
Just being able to be coachable and communicate.
Coach, who do you feel like some of the leaders that have emerged? Because when you go through that first year, you're still trying to get to know some of you guys and trying to bond and trying to figure out who does what and who's good at what. How has leadership taken over as you guys have matriculated through the summer and gotten here now to fall camp?
Man, it's kind of unique. A lot of these guys up here was juniors last season. It was kind of some silent leaders. We had a couple guys that can play a little bit, but as far as just leading us vocally or just playing every snap, playing hard, I feel like these guys are doing that last season. But now as far as these guys being able to be the seniors of the program and be able to lead us out front, be vocal and lead what they play, lead with the things that they're saying, lead to how they practice and how hard they're going in the weight room, how hard they're going in summer conditioning. So I'm really excited about these guys. Roman Holmes, I say he's the smallest one in this room, but he's the biggest one on our team as far as what he does, the force he brings, the heart. Like this small guy right here is the leader of our team, and whatever he say goes when it comes down to, hey, it's time to play, it's time to do this, time to that. They're gonna listen to him because they know he ain't just talking. He's a man of a few words, but like I said, man, he's a grown behind man. So I'm really excited about this young man being able to lead these guys, and these guys is falling in tune and falling in line with what he's going on as far as idolizing and copycatting what he's doing in the weight room and on that field. So I'm excited about the leadership that we have here.
Question for the guys. When I was coming up, Rutherford had a huge tradition. They were one of those teams that was always a threat, especially in the postseason. Have you guys been indoctrinated in that tradition? Have you heard about it maybe from older siblings, other people in the community? And do you expect Rutherford to get to that level of football?
Yes, sir. We got coaches that have played back then and have came back to come coach us, and we're trying to bring back that culture and bring back that red winning mentality.
Yeah, we're trying to bring all that back, but it takes time. But we're just got to take every game, just take it 1 week at a time. Just go 1-0 every week.
Yeah, I feel like I talk to anybody in any work field that don't play football anymore, they all said they played at Rutherford and always talk about how they used to dominate, used to travel and go all these other places. And they always said that they played hard. And that's what we're trying to bring back, just playing hard, playing physical, and dominating.
With the coaches that we have on our coaching staff, it's going to take a lot of hard work and effort, but we should be able to bring the culture back.
Like you said, we're looking forward to bringing it back. That's all I got to say.
Any of you guys had a chance to play NCAA 25 yet? Is Rutherford in the game? There's a few high schools in the game already. I know Miami has a whole league, and South Georgia, there's a bunch of South Georgia schools in it. Any of you guys had a chance to tinker around with it? Coach, you've been keeping them busy.
I think he misunderstood your question as far as do they tinker around with it. I guess he was responding to the Rutherford question and being in the game, but as far as when it first came out, the guy went to sleep about 4 or 5 in the morning. I picked him up about 6:30, and then another one of my guys doing the same thing. So I kind of grinded out of him, and then told him kind of get that sleep. But it was a rough week last week as far as those guys trying to get in that game, but I didn't care about it though. We had to get it in on the field.
It might not be. You really might not be able to play it real good until the season's over. Coach, when we last spoke, we talked about the ever-changing landscape of high school football and how things are just, the environment, the football, the game itself is still the same, but, the environment is different. How do you feel like your guys have adapted to some of these changes, and what do you feel like the future is going to hold, not only for Rutherford football, but just for high school football as a whole, given the current landscape and how things are?
So as far as the NIL and things of that sort, and students being able to go to different schools of choice, that kind of haven't hit us yet, so I'm happy about that. So as far as NIL, I think it's good. It has its bads also, but just you got to make sure it's regulated. But those kind of things haven't hit us over in Springfield yet. And as far as guys leaving and going to different programs, I don't feel like our guys are going to any other programs. The guys that we have in our program are going to stay where they are. And if they end up leaving, and they probably didn't need them anyway. So I mean, we don't cry over spilled milk. So we got who we got in the locker room. We have who we have in the coach's office, and we're gonna play with who we have, and we're gonna coach with who we have. And we're gonna, at the end of the day, I just want to coach football. These guys just want to play. So I kind of don't get too locked up into all of those things. But when they hit us, when they start hitting those, we'll deal with the business aspect of it when it comes to us.
Coach, going from year one to year two, you mentioned just the learning curve and everything. What do you feel like has been the biggest thing? And if anything, what would you go back and tell your last year's version of yourself? What do you tell that guy as he's inheriting this team?
Man, great question. Coming into it, obviously, I feel like I'm probably not the best head coach right now. I think I'm going to be one of those guys, but I feel like I was a real good defensive mind. So coming into my first year, I mean, I didn't know about being a head coach, but I knew about being a defensive coordinator. I knew about having things decent and in order. I knew about hard work. So last year was more defensive minded. I'm continuing to have that defensive mindset. But as far as just being able to be on the other side of the ball, I got an offensive background myself. But as far as my attitude and aggression, just naturally defensive in nature. But just being more balanced when it comes down to that. And so I was more of a defensive coordinator, position coach type deal, like my way, highway, type deal. But now I'm just kind of understanding these guys, understanding they have feelings also, hearing them out a little bit, and just kind of, just let them know you got a little voice, not much, but you got some, and coach paying attention to what's going on. We want to grow, and these guys see me grow every day. They see me love on them a lot more. I always have tough love, but now, I tell them I love them, I hug them, I'm smiling, doing things like that. So if I can go back even 10 years from now and change myself a little bit, man, I'll be the guy that I am now because I get more out of my guys than me just trying to do it by force. Because at the end of the day, these guys, if you want to do it, you're going to do it. If you don't, you don't. And we don't want those guys that don't, so I don't have to force you to come out here and do those things. So year two, I'm kind of optimistic and I'm excited about the growth of them coming. But each year I feel like I'm going to get better as a head coach because if I expect my guys to get better, I expect myself to get better. And the same thing with my coaches. If they don't get better, I'm not trying to fire guys, but we don't want to have guys that's losing around.
Question for the guys again. What do you feel like it's been, especially I talked to your coach about going from year one to year two. How's the energy levels been? Going from year one into now coming into 2024?
I feel like they've been way higher. The practices during the summer have been way more energetic. They flew by because we was having a lot of fun this year. And I think we come out very explosive more than we did last year. And we bonded very well over this summer.
Yeah, I feel like the summer went good. We had a strong group of core guys that were there consistently all the time, and I feel like we were a lot more competitive. And every day, the coaches brought the energy just as much as we did.
Year two, we had a lot more accountability than we did in year one because I guess it just wasn't pressed on about that we give all of our effort and hard work. But this year, Coach Floyd, he's really stepping it up with making sure that we do everything that we can do to the best of our ability to be the best that we can be.
I say it was more fun. Like we had guys competing. We was doing our thing in the weight room and all that. We was pushing each other. That's it.
I think the energy grew more, our bonding grew more, and we're like a family now.
The energy grew way higher. It ain't easy being around. We work every day. We work hard. We're being coachable all the time. So yeah.
Coach, I'm going to throw one to the guys on the back row. You good with that?
Yes, sir.
Who pushes you guys the most on the team? Who holds you accountable?
I would say probably about Roman. He pushes everybody to compete with each other every day and stay strong and build as a team together.
I'd say the whole team, but if I really want to get specific, I'd say this guy right here. He puts up the weight every day. He don't even stop. So
I'd say Big E, more experience, teaching, and pushing more.
I'll say Eric Olds, the way he motivates us in the weight room, the way he pushes the weight, he motivates us all every day, and he still does. So I say Eric.
I say Coach Floyd.
Yeah, Coach Floyd's gonna be in us 24/7, but when we're in the weight room in my rack, I got Eric on me, which is good. He's a great motivator. But if he's not around, you got Eric Olds way down the end. He's gonna catch you like it every time.
In a water balloon fight, who's getting hit first?
Coach.
You can point. It's all good.
Beard, probably.
Yeah, I say beard too.
Coach, one final question before I let you go. Give me one word to describe where this team is headed and where you see them going as far as the ceiling in 2024.
Forward.
Well, Coach, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for bringing your guys out. Always a pleasure talking to you. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Sneeds Pirates in just a few moments. All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 by Four Quarters Online is brought to you, presented by Dave and Buster's here in Panama City Beach. They've done an excellent job hosting us. We're very proud to be partnered with them here at one of the greatest arcades and restaurants here in the area, so we're definitely excited about that. Now joining us on the panel is Coach Thomas and the Sneeds Pirates. Coach, go ahead and talk to me about this year's edition of Sneeds football, and go ahead and introduce who you brought with you today.
Okay, thank you. We're very excited about this year. It's going to be I guess you say a transition year. We graduated 18 seniors last year. We got a lot of new faces in the starting lineup, but I'm very excited about the way they've taken on that role and that responsibility and how their outlook has been for the season, how they're accepting the challenge. This is my group of seniors, minus one, that we have for this year, this upcoming season. And the young men sitting here at the table with the guys that have been with the program all 4 years. Bryce Everett, who started on defensive line for us last year till he hurt his shoulder late in the season. Aaron Williams was probably our only two-way starter last year. And Dalton Brown's been our leading receiver for the past 3 years. And Eli Jackson started on the offensive line for us last year. We tease him, say he's kind of been the guy that's changed the most in our programs from freshman year on, maybe the best athlete on our team. And sitting at the end is one of our newcomers, Isaiah Perkins. We finally got him up for football, but rest of these men, Hamby's played for us 2 or 3 years, linebacker. Austin here's a new guy for us this year, but he's done a really good job. And our kicker, Montoya, he's been with us a couple years, and then Troy's new to our program. He's a senior this year.
All right, I'm going to start off a man of my word, so Montoya, I got to hit you first. It has never been a better time to be a special teams guy at the high school level. There's been a ton of exposure for long snappers, kickers, punters. Are you enjoying some of the, just how, a lot of NAIA, D2 schools, D1 schools are looking at special team guys now?
Oh, yeah. It gives us a chance to, actually prove ourselves and, show how big we are of a player towards the team. And, yeah, that's what I got to say about that.
Coach, do you do anything to rattle him in practice?
Oh God, yes. And that's something, and he still needs it. We still work on it. But I remember last year we'd get the whole crowd doing PATs, as I felt like if you watch him down there by himself hitting them and field goals, he never misses. But we were about 500 in the game, so we started getting the whole team to get around him when it was time to do PAT practice or field goal practice, and we'd all holler, and I'd throw my hat at him and everything else, and just try to make it chaotic just so he'd feel like it's easy when you're out in the game, doing it. But, yeah, we try to rattle him. Sometimes it works.
All right, Coach, you're one of the your tenure in the Panhandle is probably one of the longest. You've been through all of the cycles, ups and downs. What makes this team a little bit special for you, and how do they stand out?
Well, I think the unity they've had so far. I don't feel like the pressure. These guys, they've seen this. Everybody up here has seen us play on Thanksgiving. I think the last time we were not in the playoffs, they were in elementary school. But I think the pressure, they don't feel the pressure that we felt in the past few years because we graduated so many last year. I think a little bit of that pressure came off of them, but they're still doing the same things that made us win in the first place. They're still there every morning. They're still pushing each other. They're still holding each other accountable. And these young men sitting here at this table are really strong, which has been one of our, what's got us there. They get along really good. Their unity's been really well, and I've enjoyed coaching them. To be honest with you, I had a great time this spring. I did, and then watching them grow. Now we still have a lot of growing to do, but it's been a fun process.
Question for the guys. Your coach just talked about that tradition, just looking at how many years of just consistency and making the playoffs. What does that tradition mean to you, and how do you guys are trying to continue that legacy?
It means a lot. I think we continue to build on it, start trying to be able to play past Thanksgiving. It'd be a great season to us.
I think we just, as long as we lean on each other, continue to keep that mindset to keep driving, keep going forward, nothing's going to stop us.
When we work hard and work together, good things happen.
And we're young, so we're all going to try to come out here and just go hard every single quarter and every single snap of the game that we have.
Yeah, like Doc said, we're young. We got to build every week.
Yeah, just like Doc said, we graduated 18 seniors last year, so it's a lot of spots that got to be filled. But I think if we just work together as a team and play our hardest every snap, I think we'll be good by Thanksgiving.
Another question for the guys. A little bit of a lull to kind of open up the season a little bit, and then you guys turned it on at the second half. What do you feel like came together for you guys? Because I think you guys ripped off 4 or 5 wins to like kind of close out the season.
It means a lot to us, and we just want to come out and work, man. We just want to do everything every Friday that we can, put it all in.
I think we started focusing on defense a lot more. We started holding opponents to less than 14 points, and it turned out pretty good. That's what made us close out the season pretty good.
I think we definitely started looking at other teams as a lot better opponents instead of taking everybody for granted. It made us work a little bit harder, and then make us hold each other a little bit more accountable. I think we also became, instead of that second half team, go ahead and become that first half. Go ahead and drive it in there, get it done in the first half.
Like Eric said, we kept the ball, and we did the best we could, and that made us what we was.
Coach, I've seen so many of your teams before. I've seen really, really dominant defensive teams, and I've seen really super explosive offensive teams. What do you feel like the identity of this team will be going into the season?
That's a good question. We're still trying to figure out that identity right now. We really are. I hadn't, last year we had a returning the leading rusher in the state of Florida, and I thought that we were going to be the same identity. I had so many starters returning. I thought, hey, we're the same team. We're going to have the same game plan, But then after we lost to 2 teams that we should have never lost to, I got 18 plays on offense and the first loss, and I think 19 on the second loss. We couldn't get the ball out of no one's hands. They didn't score many points. We couldn't get the ball out of their hands. I had to change our identity, Now I've got a Division I running back playing linebacker. But what a great, smart coach I am. But we went from not being able to, we started running offensive plays again. We got the ball out of people's hands, and we started winning games. And that became our identity. And where we thought we were going to meet our biggest challenge in the season, we kind of made it back to where we originally thought. But we had to re-identify ourselves within the season to really get it going. This team, I'm not sure where our identity is going to be. I think if you just look at us right now, you would say our offensive line and defensive lines got the most experience. They're all really strong, and they're not just big and strong. They move really fast. I wouldn't want to block us, and I wouldn't want to have to go against our offensive line or a defensive line. So that's definitely where our identity is going to stem from.
Coach, do you feel like it's still superstar by committee?
Absolutely. But with this team, sometimes some guy starts poking above the crowd, but it's going to be by committee to begin with.
Question for the guys. You guys don't play a spring game and have not during your coach's tenure. How is spring for you guys, and is it more of a team building and bonding as you guys scrimmage to close out spring practice?
Spring, I say, is more of us just coming together, trying to get all the new guys that are coming into all these new positions, trying to learn the new all our plays, our playbook, learn formations and all that, and just line up and just go hard and keep the chemistry, build it up every single day.
I think it's a real good tradition. Feel like it gives other people that haven't played more opportunities, and gives baseball players enough time to get back and restart what we had going on.
I think it gives each other a little bit more time. New players coming in, freshmen, everybody can fill each other out, learn how we play together, work around as a team, brings everybody a little bit closer. It's just a good bonding time.
Spring to me is when, it's a preview for what's going to come into the season. So we all just work hard and we look at each other, and they look at the older guys and they try to learn something from them.
Yeah, like y'all said, give the new guys a chance to learn the new playbook and get ready for week 1.
Yeah, just like Dalton Eli said, the new guys coming in. I never played this sport before, so coming in, I had a lot of stuff to learn in a short amount of time. But they helped me with a warm welcome, and very appreciative of those guys. It was a good spring, a good time for team bonding and getting to know each other.
Coach, going into this season, you know, one of the things, especially, you know, high school football has changed so much, but what do you feel like has been the consistent thread throughout Snead's football during your time there as head coach?
I think every Friday night we're probably the strongest team on the field, you know, physically strength. I think we've developed a very good work ethic. I can say my whole time at Snead's, it wasn't always that way. You know, that was something I really had to we had some good talent early on, but it really took a while to get that where they understood that it took 4 days a week during the summer, and it took 5 days a week in the fall, and it took January, February, March, April. You know, it's a year-round thing if you really want to be that good. But now we've built that tradition. These guys, you know, it's no question to it. They understand how much work it takes to be good, and I think that's, you know, we've been very good on the line of scrimmage for a long time.
Question for the guys. You know, one of the things that, especially now with the growing landscape of high school football, you know, had a chance to talk to some guys who are now playing at the college level, and they were like, you know, there's a lot of unexpected things that they weren't expecting to kind of pick up as far as, you know, not being at home and being away from home. What do you feel like excites you the most about the recruitment process or the potential possibility of playing at the next level?
I mean, it's exciting because, like, once again, if you had the opportunity to go to that next level, you were able to prove and show who you are and just basically just get better.
I feel like the transfer portal changed a lot. I feel like it makes us high school players play a little bit harder, try to go somewhere and play college football.
I think it helps progress us, make you grow up a little bit. You know, you learn a little bit more new stuff, and it's just a good progression.
I feel like being able to go play will make you want to play harder to go to the next level.
Coach, you've had a number of guys that have gone on to play at the next level. I'm sure you've had some conversations with them. What have you learned, and how do you try to take that and try to have conversations with your younger guys as, you know, as they try to matriculate and become college athletes?
It's been, you know, and I tell our guys too, a lot of times when you step on as a freshman, you're going to be the strongest freshman there. You know, not every school does it the way you do it, but you may not be the fastest. We laugh about that. You know, it's kind of a standing joke in the locker room. But I enjoy talking to those guys that go off and play. And when I try to explain to these guys, man, you think it's right now it's a job? You think being here at 7:30 in the morning and making it through the heat in July when all your buddies are going to Blue Springs or whatever else is a job? You know, because we leave around lunchtime every day, and 2 days are coming up next week. I said, once you start college ball, and both my sons are here, and they both played, and I tell them, you know, your schedule starts off in the morning in the fall. I said, you usually, you know, you're up before daylight, and you're getting home between study hall classes and football, and then offensive meeting, position meeting, and team meeting. And by the time you get home, it's after dark. And I said, it's a job. It's going to be a job for a long time. So if you're thinking about playing at the next level, you need to figure out, are you playing to hang out with your buddies, or do you really, really love football? This is something that you really die for. You want to live to play football. I said, it's all right either way. You know, this is high school football. If you enjoy it, and make the best out of it right now. But if you want to go to the next level, it's got to really be something that you truly love. And if you truly love it and you want to do it, we're going to do our best to get you there.
Coach, one final question before I let you guys go. Coming into this season, you get to learn a lot about your players. Who do you feel like is the most vocal or stands out the most to you, especially in those times in the weight room? And given that the fact that you talked about strength consistently, what are your max out days like in the weight room?
Well, we probably don't max a lot. You know, we do like a chart workout, so you're maxing almost every day in the weight room. But we do get up sometimes and have what we call half chart days, where we're really trying to max it. And we clap it up and get into it. And I'm tell you, when I retire, which is right around the corner, I'm going to miss January and February probably as much as I am September and October. That's fun. I love that January to March where you see, you know, like I'll give you an example. Eli, when he came in as a freshman, probably weighed $105 or $125, played quarterback, and now he's a guard who runs a 4.8 40, bench presses 325 pounds, and weighs 225 pounds. You know, now watching how these young men just change, and I enjoyed so much as last year watching Dalton bounce back from an ACL injury and how he kind of got very vocal. And Aaron's always been a vocal leader for us in the weight room. He's a big, strong kid, and not just in the weight room, but he's student council, FFA, every club sponsor, every sport, plays all three sports, makes straight A's, and he sets a very good example in every aspect of the game for the rest of these young men to come up to. And I love seeing these young men like that. That's a pleasure.
Coach, always a pleasure talking to you. I don't know when your retirement date is going to be, but we look forward to seeing you on the sidelines a few more years.
Few more. Yes, sir. Thank y'all. We love coming here, and we love coming doing this with y'all. This is one of the highlights of the year. I get to come home and see my mom and dad and my family and hang out. And but this is and it's an honor for seniors that get to come do this. We really appreciate y'all doing this for us every year and covering us like you do.
Absolutely. We're going to pause and take a break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by South Walton High School in just a moment. All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 with fourquartersonline.com, brought to you by Dave and Buster's. They've done a wonderful job here hosting Media Day here in Panama City Beach. And now on the panel, we have South Walton, the Seahawks, and their head coach, Coach Phil Tisa. Coach, thank you so much for coming out and bringing your guys. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes to tell us about this year's edition of Seahawks football and who you brought with you today.
Appreciate y'all having us here. Looking forward to this season. It's going to be an interesting year for the Seahawks. Basically homeless this year as we're doing construction on our new stadium. So we'll only have 3 home games, and we'll play those over at the middle school this year. So be road warriors, and just looking forward to the excitement of that. With me today, I've got Austin McDowell, one of our running backs, Keelan Putney, Next to me here is one of our receivers, and then J.D. Brown, who will be our quarterback this year.
Coach, I saw the schedule, and I was like, whew. It's always nice to take the show on the road, but looking at the brand of football that you have created over the past couple of years, you guys have really turned into one of the teams to beat in the area. Are you excited about taking the show on the road and kind of showcasing Seahawks football and kind of going in some other people's places and maybe coming out with a win?
Well, I better get excited about it because schedule's done. It's time to go. But through some things, schedule shaked out the way it is. Probably toughest schedule we've had in school history. But I mean, if you're going to try to build something, you're going to try and be successful, you got to play good people. That old saying, iron sharpens iron. So we'll line up, get ready to go, and I don't mind us playing the underdog role in some of these games, and let people underestimate us. We'll come get you.
Coach, just going back through the past couple of seasons and coming into this season, we talked about weight room. We talked about several things that kind of go into the program. What do you feel like has been the staple of Seahawks football over the past several seasons?
Consistency, being able to keep kids in the program, get them to come out year after year. I think a big part of it is also, consistency in coaching. In this day and time where people bounce from school to school and, coaches may not be there long, having those coaches and those kids be there year after year is what allows things to keep rolling.
Question for the guys. A lot of teams that I've spoken to, they're excited about playing some of the bigger, larger opponents or at least being able to shock some people and turn some heads. Are you guys amped for the schedule this season and coming into 2024?
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited. Like, we play, like, super small schools, and I think we've gotten to, like, the point where we got enough kids. We practice hard enough and all that so we can play with the big guys.
I'm going to say I'm really excited, too. Like, I'm ready to get some big upsets this year because teams are going to underestimate us all the time.
Yeah, I say we work harder.
I didn't know you were a rapper.
We put in the work for it, so, I mean, it's time to go show it on the road. As simple as that.
Coach, I've asked a lot of coaches this question, especially with the landscape changing in high school football and everything. What conversations have you had with your guys, whether it be NIL or anything else that's happening throughout in the high school football landscape to kind of focus on football? Because there's a lot going on outside of X's and O's and the gridiron lately.
I mean, as far as the NIL, really have kind of avoided that conversation until, had more guidance on exactly what that's all going to entail. But I mean, that'll obviously have to happen coming up. But I mean, other than that, I mean, and I probably would venture to guess most coaches feel this way. I want to be around people that want to be around us. I mean, if somebody wants to go try a different school, so be it. I think we have a solid program. We have good facilities. We don't have a home field right this second, but we're building that. So I mean, I want kids that want to be with us. And if that's not what they want, then go find something else to do. Because I mean, got 125 kids in the program. I'll find somebody else.
Coach, you mentioned the ability to have kind of that home field. What has gone into your new? Have you seen any renderings or drawings of the new stadium or anything like that, or how is that project coming along?
It's actually moving very well. Met with the construction group last week. We're actually ahead of schedule, which I think is kind of unheard of in the world of construction. But we've been very fortunate with the current weather. Obviously, turf field, rubberized track, more seating, state-of-the-art sound system and lighting package, and a press box that'll be able to house the things. And we're actually currently in the process of fundraising for a large digital video video board. So, all the bells and whistles, and excited for that. Bring some current challenges, but it's what it is for progress. You're going to have to be put out for a little while in order to do those type of things.
Yeah, we definitely want to be there for the ribbon cutting. I'm a press box. Being a media guy, I like to see what people do in the press box. So send me the invitation. We'll definitely be there for that.
Absolutely.
Question for the guys again. Looking at how last season, just kind of intermittent success. A couple of wins here and there, and then a loss, and then another couple of wins. What do you think you guys are or how have you guys focused on certain particulars in the off season to make sure that you guys kind of overcome some of the inconsistencies?
I think we just try a lot harder. We practice with the relentless effort. We never really just we take breaks, but we just go hard 100% of the time.
One thing we've been working on a lot this summer is accountability with each other. We want to be a player-run team, not a coach-run team. So if we work together as players, we can have more wins.
Just like JD said, the past 3 years I've been here, we've made the playoffs, so I don't expect anything less.
I want to add something to what they said, and I think we all agree with this. We felt like we underachieved last year, and none of us are satisfied with that. So.
Well, Coach, going into this season, let's talk a little bit of X's and O's. Who do you have coming back on either side of the football, and what makes you excited about this year's edition of the team?
I mean, we returned a good crop of players, a lot of kids that got to see some significant playing time, and I think for us, the big question is going to be up front at the offensive line. We lost 4 starters on the offensive line. So, I mean, that's a question mark. We've gotten some pieces that have come in over the summer and stuff to help, fill that void. Have a phenomenal, offensive line coach and offensive staff. So, I think they'll be all right. We return the most probably on defense, especially on the back end of the defense. It's probably where we had the most depth and have several of those kids that have several years of Friday Night Lights under their belts. So, I mean, got a good group coming back of kids, and then had some good pieces that come fill in those other spots.
One of the things that I try to do, especially with especially looking at the area and just the landscape, and it definitely feels like here in the Panhandle, it just has an SEC feel to it. Just teams that are so close in proximity that they just kind of have a good knowledge of one another. What do you feel like separates the Seahawks, and just kind of looking at things that make this program special?
I mean, I think there's a lot of things that make us special, but I think that's probably the same at any school. We're all different. We may all put our pants on the same way, put our shoulder pads on the same way, but we all have our own intricacies. But I think one of the things that makes us different is how much we want to try and throw the ball around and use that to open up our running game, where I think most teams are the opposite. They're going to run the ball to try and open up the pass. And I think that's one of the things that makes us exciting, and I think that's one of the things that has helped, driven the increase in participation numbers in football. So.
One more question for the guys. I guess really just kind of piggybacking off of what I just asked your coach, what do you feel like makes your program special?
I feel like it's definitely our coaching staff, and especially whenever we have home games, like our home game advantage, because we have a ton of people come. They're excited to come see us play and stuff like that.
Your student section is really awesome, by the way.
Oh yeah, they get pretty crazy.
I want to say our quick tempo offense is pretty. We can get the defense tired, and we can work them out like that.
I want to say our mentality of our team. We're never the physically the biggest or the best out there, but I think mentally we are. So,
Coach, you mentioned the underachieving and leaving stuff on the table. Give me one word to describe this season, and as far as goal setting and one of the things you want to accomplish.
think one word would be tough, but kind of the motto that we've taken this year is relentlessly pursue perfection. And to go along with that, we're never going to reach perfection, but along the way we're going to find excellence.
That's 3 words, but I'm gonna let it slide.
As simple as I am, I couldn't do that one in one.
Coach Caesar, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. Always a pleasure talking to you. Best of luck to you guys in the regular season, and hope you guys have a safe fall camp. As we come into the tail end of Media Day, we want to give a huge shout out to Miss Maria Finch here. She's done a great job setting this up. Definitely love and have enjoyed being here at Dave & Buster's here in Panama City Beach. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be joined by the Freeport Bulldogs. Started here in about 60 seconds. Make sure you're talking to the mic. Hold it up.
Are they all good?
Yeah. All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2024 with fourquartersonline.com, and we are here with the Freeport Bulldogs and Coach Arntz. Coach, Thank you for joining us here at Media Day here at Dave & Buster's. Go ahead and tell us about this year's edition of Freeport football and what we can expect, and also introduce you guys and who you brought with you today.
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir. Thanks for having us here today, and very excited to be here and talk about our school, our team, and our brand of football. Brought with us today some seniors. Cody Campbell, all the way at the end, plays linebacker and running back for us. Sakade Sharow, right here to my right, he plays safety and running back for us. I have Hunter Bates right here to my left, and he plays defensive end and newly converted offensive tackle for us. And then Diego Cruz at the end, to my left, he plays defensive tackle and offensive guard for us. And also, what do you play in the band, Diego? Tuba. There we go. So we don't have much time with Diego at halftime to make adjustments, but very proud of his talents to be able to do both.
Yeah, I've actually seen that several times at halftime. I've seen it literally at Liberty County. I've seen a kid literally put on the quads, over his shoulders pads, play, then come back in the game, make another 12 tackles. So
I think
it happens all
one
the
of the
time.
first in Freeport High School history, so my man is making a lot of history here. We're proud of him.
All right, Coach, go ahead and talk to me about last season and kind of what you saw. And then, more importantly, talk to me about the off season. Tell me about what it's been like bonding with your guys and some of the stuff you guys have done in the off season to kind of grow together going into camp in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. Last season, we definitely feel like we left a lot on the table. Very unsatisfied. We had, I think, 3 losses that were 6 points or less. Definitely games that we were in and should have won, and very easy to pinpoint shortly after the game on reasons why we did not win those. So the big things that we want to do in the offseason was correct some of those things, like setting the tone. I feel like that we did a very poor job of establishing what our tone was in the beginning of games last year, and those were the games that we ended up losing by 6 points or less. Also, just bringing everyone together as closely as we can, letting each teammate respect each other and where each other comes from and what each other's goals and ambitions are, but also vocalizing those with each other. But we do feel like we've made some great strides since the end of last season to where we are today, but certainly hadn't forgotten about being unsatisfied with last season.
Question for the guys on the panel. Your coach just mentioned leaving some things left on the table. Looking at last season, where do you feel like you guys have grown the most from last season coming into this season?
I think the most that we've grown is truly leadership. I think last year we had people that would step up one time and then don't step up another. And I think this year we have a good amount of people that will step up and show what you do wrong or what you need to work on.
Yeah, so as far as effort goes, like Coach was talking about in those games we dropped that were, 6 points away, had them in the first half, dropped in the next half. I think we just need to, come forward with relentless pursuit, and it's definitely grown in the off season for sure.
I think between last season and this season, we're going to do better during the fourth quarter and finishing out the games.
We've really grown in communicating to each other on and off the field, like especially play calls, because some people that weren't paying attention to the coach, and then only play calls. And when people ask like the teammates, they didn't know either. So,
Coach, one of the things that when we talk about being able to grow and kind of get some of these younger guys and get them some experience. Talk to me just a little bit about what you've seen from some of the underclassmen and how they've learned from some of your senior leadership.
The last couple of years, unfortunately, we've had a lot of turnover. Some of that stuff by nature, some of it, just because of guys graduating, and some of it due to injury or transferring. But so it's been some guys have had to really jump into the fire, so to speak, a little too early than what they really needed. And, they've had to lean on some guys around them, obviously, to lead by example, and had to hold their feet to the fire probably a little too soon than what they needed. we've been young at the quarterback position the last couple of years. The guy last year, Cameron Fernandez, he stepped up in a major way and ended up having a very successful year, but there were a lot of questions going into the season based off of lack of quarterback experience, lack of wide receiver experience for the most part around him. And unfortunately, we're kind of going through that a little bit this year as well. But the mentality of our team, the tone of our team has been just night and day compared to where it was last year. So super optimistic heading into this season with that.
Question for the guys. What's your mentality? What has been your mentality in looking at the summertime? Because that's a different season in and of itself. And what's going to be your mentality going into the fall?
Win. We're going to go in there, just win. Put as much effort as we can and just leave everything out on that field.
Yeah, as far as mentality, just be relentless, be clear-headed, don't overthink, pursue, and just, if you're going to make a mistake, make it full speed.
I think our mentality is going to be playing hard all 4 quarters and leaving it all out there on the field.
Our mentality is going to be hard work, working hard on the field, and not making that many mistakes.
Question for 72. How does band translate to football? Are there any parallels?
No, not that much, in my opinion.
Coach, looking at especially, and I would say the environment of high school football has changed quite a bit. What are the conversations you've had with your guys, whether it be about the recruiting process or any of the NIL stuff, and just even at the coaches level with your assistants? Coaches pay is a big deal right now too. What have those conversations been like with your football community, and how have things pivoted out at Freeport?
So on the coaches, I'll start there and work my way back. Walton County, we're very blessed. Our school board superintendent and anyone in a leadership role there definitely puts a priority at paying coaches. So we are very blessed for that, and I'm very sad when I hear about the neighboring counties around us and what assistant coaches make, because I know the time and effort that coaches put into it, and I know the drain emotionally that it puts on you, and I know that the love that they have for all the kids. So we're fortunate for that in Freeport and in Walton County that our school board and our superintendent really steps up big there to make sure everyone's paid. As far as recruiting, NIL, all of that stuff, since 2020, every year I believe it's changed, really. So it's really hard to keep up with that, in all honesty. The best thing that I could do right now with our kids is be as straightforward and honest with them about what the opportunities will be, and then also as honest as I can be about how high that hill is that you're going to have to climb due to the fact of all the transfer portal. They'll probably be doing COVID years for another 5 years, who knows. But that just takes away so many opportunities for the high school kids, and it is such a shame. But, again, being realistic with them, and then also helping them find a place, whether it's a couple hours down the road or across the country or whatever, but to help them live out that dream.
Question for the guys. One of the things that I like to ask is who motivates you, or who's the guy or who's the teammate that holds you accountable or that pushes you hard? Go ahead and talk to me about, kind of who's that person for you and how they've helped you to become a better football player.
Yeah, man. This kid to my left here, Zacade, he, he's really vocal on the field, really gets you fired up, and he's not the biggest guy on the field either, but, his effort and attitude just translates to everybody else on the field.
I'm going to go with the same thing. Cody right here, he's like my duo on the field. Every time I have my head down after a bad play, he's always there to pick me up and just help me out. And in practice, he give 100%. We be walking through, and, he coming through to hit someone. And I'm like, man, we got to slow down right there.
I can't just pick one player, so I'm going to go with my whole team. Seeing all of them put in the effort motivates me to put in and give it them all.
One guy that motivates me a lot is my center, K. Nick. He tells me what I do wrong. He tells me how I can improve in it, and it just helps me overall.
I'd like to have a little input on that as well. There's an old saying about, good teams are led by the coaches and great teams are led by the kids, the team. And, I've always also believed that at some point in the season, the coach has to turn the team over to the team. So we stress that in the off season and anytime that we can, that it's your team. You guys have to talk about it. You have to work through it together, and you have to hold each other accountable for it.
Coach, I'd like to ask coaches about their background and their journey. What led you to get to this point? Coaches always have some of the most interesting backgrounds in places that they've been and places that they coach. Talk to me just a little bit about your coaching journey. What led you up here? What led you to this point of being at Freeport?
So I went originally into the sports management field, and that's really what I wanted to do. I wanted to work in front office for sports organizations, whether it be collegiate or professional. And was dead set on that until my high school football coach reached out to me. His name's Jim Anderson, and he coached me at Freeport. I graduated from there in 2003. And Coach Anderson said that they had an assistant coach spot open and a really easy elective teacher spot, which that was probably all I could fit into at the time. And it was probably the best thing in my life that ever happened to me. And the payback that you get from helping kids, especially in your community that you graduated from, might be a little cliche in high school football. A lot of people end up at the school where they graduated from, but I remember in the interview the principal asked me if get that job, where else would I like to go, and he had a couple recommendations, and I was kind of do or die on Freeport, that I want to help the kids from my community and my community only at that time. Now, of course, our community has changed so much. Now, none of these guys up here, probably Cody has lived in Freeport the longest, but there aren't many Freeport families anymore. It's kind of been overtaken, and that's great too. New territory, new times. But yeah, my journey was kind of led through Coach Anderson. I was able to coach under him for 9 years, and it was a true blessing.
All right, one final question for the guys here before I let you guys go. Where do you guys see where do you see this team at the end of the regular season?
Yeah, I definitely feel like this year we're gonna grow a lot, and I expect to see more wins than we had last. As far as dropped games and all that. So I see ourselves, at a higher winning record than last year.
To go off what he said, I definitely see us making it to the postseason and just winning the games that I know we can win, and just being able to put that effort in, and making sure that we support our teammates and just give back to our community too.
I see us taking it 1 week at a time, focusing on the task at hand, and focus on the team we play each week and see where it goes.
I see us, to say what they previously said, just winning games.
Coach Arnold, thank you for joining us here at Media Day. We look forward to getting back in touch with you throughout the regular season. Best of luck to you guys going into 2024. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the Bozeman Bucks. All right, and welcome back to Media Day, and we are now joined by Coach Sweat and the Bozeman Bucks. Coach, we had a great conversation earlier in the year. You taking over the program that had a really successful run last season, but you're just now getting to know these guys. How has it been in the off season, and what kind of things have you guys done just to kind of try to grow together as a team?
It's been great this off season. We've had good attendance. We've done a lot of team bonding and team building. We just the other day we did a big dodgeball tournament and fed the kids pizza. We try to do a lot of things like that to bond us together.
Coach, I'm going to have to ask you a barbecue question.
Go ahead.
One of the things I had a great opportunity to do was try to work with some teams just on their pregame meals and everything. You guys, you and I had a little conversation about that. Do you have all of that pregame meal stuff worked out so you guys don't miss a meal and it's not going to be bad?
Yes, we are working on that right now. We're in progress to make sure it's all good. I've had the experience of some bad ones, so.
Now, Coach, coming into this season, there's a lot of things that I know a lot of teams are trying to work on, especially coaches that are in transition. What's going to be your staple coming into this season as you get to know this team and you try to build with your guys?
The biggest thing I'm going to bring, and it's what I've been talking about the whole time, is physicality, and that's something we've done in the weight room, especially this second half of the summer, is really start building physical strength, and I believe that will take care of itself. If you hit somebody in the mouth hard enough and long enough, eventually they'll quit.
Now, Coach, I'm going to let your guys introduce themselves. We're going to start here on the left-hand side. We'll start here, number 40, and let you guys work your way down as you pass the microphones around. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and go ahead and tell me your position and your classification.
Excuse me, I'm Emmanuel Spurlock. I go to Bozeman. I am a fullback and I play defensive tackle, and I am a 12th grader.
I'm John Hansen. I play linebacker and wide receiver, and I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Hayden Gay. I play quarterback, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Trenton Albright. I'm going to be a senior, and I play right guard.
I'm Lakota Johnson, class of 2025, and I play wide receiver and DB.
My name is Landon Summers, class of 2025, wide receiver and safety.
My name is Jaden Spurlock, class of 2025. I play running back and strong safety.
My name is Matthew Monroe. I'm a receiver and corner, and I'll be going in my senior year.
I'm Tyler Merzen. I play tight end and DN, and I'm going to be a junior.
Robert Pongratz, left guard, and I'm going to be a senior.
Jacob Covey. I play left tackle. I'm going to be a senior.
All right, question for the guys. Last season, great run, and really turned a lot of heads. Your coach described you guys as being very talented but very young at the same time. What's going to be the staple for you guys coming into this season to pick up on some of that success from last year's?
I would just say probably just dominating on both sides of the ball and make sure we go out on special teams and just hit someone in the mouth and really set the tone for the game.
I believe our connection as a team is really strong, and we are close as people, and so we can work together better.
I wasn't here last year, but I believe if we come out hot, we'll be able to do anything.
Also, I wasn't here last year, and I believe I feel like we're going to be a powerhouse team this year.
Coach, one of the things, especially being in transition, is that you kind of get to put some things in place as far as foundational things, especially from a football standpoint. That can be anything from new ripples in the weight room, trying to learn who has particular talents or skill sets. What has stood out to you as far as one of the biggest things as far as being able to put some of those foundational things in so that you can kind of create a good core going into 2024?
The biggest thing I think is the weight room. I think that's something that one of the first things I wanted to implement. I couldn't at the beginning because you don't know who you have and the pieces of the puzzle that you don't know. But that, as the time gone on, I've got to be able to see that. And I think that's something that I believe that we've done real well this all season. Another thing is just being multiple. We're so the things we can do offensively and defensively is we'll be very multiple in the things we do. We got guys that could take the top off, and you can also put everyone in the box, and we can run it right at you. So it's just I feel like that's what we're going to be very good at, being multiple in those things.
So, Coach, the schedule is what it says it is. You guys are definitely going to be lining up against some tough opponents again this season. Talk to me just about mentality and kind of what, if anything, what are some of the things that you're looking for from your team from a mental standpoint?
Like I said before, the weight room is something that you cut your teeth at, and you build that foundation. And as far as our mentality, I preach to these guys every day. I say at the end of the practice, win. And you have to have a winning mentality. You have to feel like you go into anything you can win. And I tell them, win it loving your parents, win it brushing your teeth, win it everything you do, and things will matter. And I think that's something I'm really big on. Just bring a winning culture. If you bring that to yourself, the team will take care of itself.
Question for the guys, and really same question. What's going to be your mentality? And give me a one-word answer. What's one word that you feel like would define this Bozeman team going into 2024?
To win.
Just really to just compete and just win on all aspects of the field.
Keyword, dominate.
Just succeed at everything you do. From warming up to breaking it down at the end of the game, just succeed and do what you can do.
Coach, it seems like you got a fun group. Has that translated over the off season?
Yes, they're a very fun group. I promise you. We all cut up, and you don't know what's going to go on at certain things. So they're real fun to be around. They make it really easy to coach. You fall in love with them very fast. All those kids from the moment I got here, it was really quick to fall in love with them. They're, like I said, I'm from Wakulla County, a small knit community just like this in Bozeman, and the same type kid. These are tough, hard-nosed kids. They want to win. They want to succeed, and it made it very easy to fall in love with them.
Water balloon fight. Who's getting hit first?
Rob.
You might catch it though.
Rob.
He's got hands. I'm dead serious, Coach.
It's a water balloon, dude. It's going to break.
He caught yesterday. He put a lot of guys out.
It's a water balloon. It's going to break.
It won't break.
Matter if you catch it.
Somebody's got soft hands. You never know.
I feel like it's unfair to pick on the linemen. So who are you hitting back since they're all aiming for you?
Playing football with Lakota probably, or Landon right here at North Bay. I was where I was before, and we're always competitive. So yeah, hit them first.
All right, Coach, another X's and O's question. Talk to me about your offense. Who do you have kind of in certain positions? I know you're still learning your team a little bit, but what does that look like for you going into the season?
We've got, the best thing is I've got the fronts figured out. I know up front what we're going to look at. Okay, man, a little mixtape. I know what on both sides of our front six, I know what that looks like. The best thing about we are, though, is we can be whatever we want to go. I can go 4 wide and honestly 5 wide and feel comfortable doing whatever I want to there. And then I could, like I said a minute ago, I can go into a complete heavy set and feel comfortable there. So I think all the biggest pieces of the puzzle, if you figure that front out, those guys up front, then it really opens your mind to what you really can do, because they really tell the story. You can have a lot of great plans, but if you can't block it, you can't defend it, you really aren't doing much.
One more question for the guys. Looking at this season and really just understanding that there's, so much, especially under your coach and I, we talked at length about the recruiting process, but, a lot of it is really opened up, especially for NAIA Division II. Do you feel like the opportunities are still there?
I think with the transfer portal, it's made it very difficult to proceed and play at the next level, but I think these guys right here have the opportunity to do it for sure.
I think a lot of the people on this team have a really good chance to go play at the next level if they really put their mind and heart to it. But it don't start from the coach. It really just starts from you, honestly, though.
You know, he makes a good point there because, I mean, it's the biggest thing I've said. Like, one thing we won't coach is effort. That's something that belongs to them. Now, as far as that landscape, I mean, it is tough on these kids. I mean, they're not only contending with that, they're also contending with the COVID kids, which I think this year that runs out. But, I mean, you're talking about from these kids are almost having to go somewhere, like they'll have to settle to go and then basically re-recruit themselves every year. And it's rough on these kids, but I mean, I know for a fact we've got several up here that can play the next level, I can tell you that.
Coach, one final question for you before I let you guys go. Looking at the way, definitely if anything, I would say looking at the way this team has been put together, especially what you've inherited, you know, a lot of what I've seen is that Bozeman's really developing a really good football tradition. Do you see that legacy starting to grow as you guys compete against some of the other established teams?
I definitely do. Right now, we got a middle school practice running right now as we speak. That's one thing when I took this job. I wanted to make sure that we had our hands in like it was a straight line from we have our Southport, the feeder programs practicing right there on site. We have the middle school going, like I said, right now. I think it's only going to get better. And so that's how I truly believe. Like we're developing from every stage, and that's the biggest key. So every year you're getting a kid that knows exactly what you expect out of them, and just makes it for building a really good program. I think we have it here at Bozeman.
All right, Coach Sweat, I appreciate it, man. Always a pleasure talking to you. Best of luck to you guys during the season. We definitely want to thank everybody who hung out here for Media Day. We also want to give a huge shout out to the Dave & Buster's staff. They've done an incredible job hosting us here. Four Quarters Online is very appreciative to be partnered with Dave & Buster's here at Media Day in a great environment. I'm going to try and hit the arcade a little bit and grab something to eat. But I definitely want to thank our online audience for sticking it out and watching Media Day here on fourquartersonline.com. We will catch everybody next year, and I want everyone to have a safe 2024 season and enjoy the kickoff.
Thank you. We appreciate you too.
Yes, the same kind of story that seems to come down from long ago. Two friends having coffee together when something flies by their window. It might be out on that lawn, which is wide at least half of the playing field. Because there's no explaining what your imagination can make you see and feel. Somebody like me got me hypnotized. Now it's not a meaningless question to ask if they've been and gone. I remember a talk about North Carolina in a strange, strange pond. You see, the sides were like glass in the thick of a forest without a road. And if any man's hand ever made that land, then I think it would have showed. And that's why it seems like a dream. God, me hypnotized.